Why do we work? Why do we make the sacrifices we make? The late nights, the sinking with coworkers 5 time zones away.
Why?
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 ¿Por qué hacemos lo que hacemos?
Why? Because we all want our work to mean something. We want it to have impact. And not just on the bottom line, but the people we ultimately serve. Your customers. Iron Mountain knows how to make your work mean more. After all, we've been protecting your most valuable assets for over 7 decades. Who better to help you use it to unlock new ideas and insights that will not only accelerate your business, but elevate it in so many ways. By digitizing your information, securely decommissioning your IT assets, safeguarding your brand reputation, collaborating to meet your sustainability goals, and connecting your work to the world.
So let's roll up our sleeves and get to it, shall we?
Let's find the gold in your mountain of data.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
带着uzdinemo.
让我们提升。
Let's elevate.
Let's elevate.
Elevate the power of your work.
Σωστά. Σε παίρνω εδώ. Ένα, δύο. Γιάννη, με έχεις στο ένα, με έχεις εντάξει. Ωραία. Πρέπει να σου μιλήσουν στη μετάφραση τώρα για να ακούσεις το άλλο. Όταν σου μιλήσουν στη μετάφραση, κάνε μου ένα έτσι. Κάθομαι εδώ για να μ' ακούν. Εντάξει.
Κανάλι 1 ελληνικά. Κανάλι 1 ελληνικά. Τεστ 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Κανάλι 1 ελληνικά. Κανάλι 1 ελληνικά. Γεια σας, καλώς ήρθατε. Καλή σας
Από τα
μέρα.
εργαστήρια των
1, 2,
φαρμακείων
3, 4.
δημιουργούνται βιοτεχνίες και μικρές παραγωγικές μονάδες. Όλες οι πρώιμες προσπάθειες για τη δημιουργία μιας έστω υποτυπώδους φαρμακευτικής βιομηχανίας είχαν ως πρωτεργάτες επιφανείς καθηγητές της χημείας και της φαρμακευτικής. Στις αρχές του 20ου αιώνα, ελονοσία και χολέρα ταλανίζουν τη χώρα. Η παραγωγή και η διάθεση κινίνης αποτελεί διεθνούς επίπεδου πετυχημένη πρωτοποριακή ρύθμιση ενώ ο στρατός κατάφερε τη μαζική παραγωγή αντιχολερικού εμβολίου, το πρώτο βιολογικό φάρμακο κατά τη διάρκεια των Βαλκανικών πολέμων. Οι Έλληνες επιχειρηματίες τολμούν. Νέες βιομηχανίες δημιουργούνται συνεχώς. Πριν 90 χρόνια ξεκινά η δημιουργία του πρώτου σωματείου που καταλήγει στην Ένωση Ελλήνων Βιομηχάνων Φαρμακευτικών Ειδών, που διαθέτει, διαφημίζει φάρμακα και εξακολουθεί να αναπτύσσεται, έτσι ώστε κατά τον Δεύτερο Παγκόσμιο Πόλεμο επιτυγχάνεται πλήρης κάλυψη των αναγκών του στρατού και του Ελληνικού Ερυθρού Σταυρού σε θρησκεία, ενέσιμα και επιδεσμικό υλικό. Αρχές δεκαετίας του 50, με την ανασυγκρότηση του κράτους, μετονομαζόμαστε σε Ένωση Φαρμακευτικών Εργαστηρίων και θεμελιώνουμε τη νέα οικονομική φυσιογνωμία της Ελλάδας με την ανάπτυξη και τη δημιουργία της σύγχρονης φαρμακοβιομηχανίας. «1971» και καταλήγουμε στη σημερινή μας μορφή, την Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας, της οποίας οι άνθρωποι ηγούνται της νέας προσπάθειας. Στοχεύουν ψηλά. Και με την ευρωπαϊκή ολοκλήρωση το 1992 πυροδοτείται η εξέλιξη. Η έρευνα και ανάπτυξη καινοτόμων φαρμάκων, η κατασκευή νέων μονάδων, ο εξυγχρονισμός γραμμών παραγωγής εντείνεται. Όπως και η αέναη προσφορά στον άνθρωπο, την κοινωνία, την επιστήμη, την οικονομία και την Ελλάδα. Όπως καταλήγει ο καθηγητής Εμμανουήλ στην ιστορία της φαρμακευτικής το 1948. Η σύγχρονος βιομηχανία των φαρμακευτικών ειδών ενίσχυσε σημαντικώς των εθνικών οικονομικών παράγοντα και επευλήθη εις των ιατρικών κόσμων, θέλει δε επιτελέσει αξιοθαύμαστους προόδους, διότι υπάρχουν τα πνευματικά και τα ηθικά κεφάλαια, αρκεί το κράτος να επιδείξει προς αυτήν στοργήν και αρρωγήν. Αυτή είναι η ιστορία μας. Αυτή είναι η Πανελλήνια Ένωση Φαρμακοβιομηχανίας.
A healthier future. That's what drives us. And as the world evolves, so do we. For over 125 years, we have taken on some of the most complex challenges in healthcare. Listening and responding to the ever-changing needs of people around the world. We focus on the long term, leading investment in research and development, striving to improve lives today and for generations to come. We're advancing science to ensure everyone has access to the healthcare they need. Always innovating, we bring together dedicated people and diverse perspectives from across our global network, empowering each other to keep breaking new ground. But we can't do it alone. To succeed, we collaborate with each other, with our partners, with governments, with patients. Proud of what we do, we're here because we care. our work creates a future where we all have more time with the people we love. That's what makes us who we are. That's what makes us Roche.
Είμαστε ιδιαίτερα περήφανοι σήμερα που εγκαινιάζουμε τη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανταποδοτικής ανακύκλωσης στην Ελλάδα.
Συγχαρητήρια στην Envipco, συγχαρητήρια στην Texan για την πρωτοβουλία σας να δημιουργήσετε αυτήν την μονάδα εδώ πέρα στην πατρίδα μας.
I look forward to seeing more of these Envipco machines around the country.
Τώρα πλέον είμαι πιο ικανοποιημένος αφού δημιουργήθηκε στην Ελλάδα η πρώτη μονάδα παραγωγής μηχανημάτων ανακύκλωσης υψηλής τεχνολογίας.
Το συγκεκριμένο πρόγραμμα είναι πρωτοπόρο γιατί πέρα από το ποσό είναι 1 εκατομμύριο ευρώ στους τομείς της παιδείας, του περιβάλλοντος, της τοπικής κοινωνίας και της υγείας.
We are behind the transformation of DEPA into a modern, vertically integrated energy company, but also behind long-term contracts with suppliers, thus ensuring the country's energy security, and the renegotiation of contracts to secure even more favorable terms for our customers and the national economy. We are also behind curbing energy costs for households and businesses. We lead important international projects that turn Greece into a natural gas hub in Europe. We are behind a green future by investing in RES projects, green fuels, and modern gas-fired power generation. We are behind Physicon, the only nationwide network of CNG stations spreading the environmental and economic benefits of natural gas mobility across the country. We are behind everything that drives energy forward. DEPA Commercial Group.
What if the past and present could meet? What if, to save the landscape, we changed it? What if the future began by looking at our cities under a different light? What if we revolutionize the way we stop, not just the way we move? What if transforming the world started from our homes? Like Thomas Alva Edison, we never stop asking questions. The questions that push us to focus on renewable energy sources, decarbonization, and energy services. To build together a more sustainable and better future for everyone. Edison, becoming the energy that changes everything.
Hi, we are the Wilfrid Martens Centre for European Studies, the official think tank of the European People's Party. A think tank, elitist, isolated, grey suit experts that hide in tall buildings? Well, not exactly. We are more like idea ninjas, positive thinkers. Positive, but not naive. Europe's challenges are very real, but we refuse to see them as symptoms of a failing system. And we do not hurry to offer simplistic, populist answers. We think these challenges deserve the best of our intellectual efforts. We share the same spirit as the European founding fathers. Europe, the biggest, most ambitious democratic project. Remember, through our work, the legacy of Wilfrid Martens, our founder, lives on. He was a visionary, yet pragmatic and responsible pro-European, and a freedom champion. Being a political think tank also means that we are a full part of the policy-making ecosystem. We are here to inspire Europe's policymakers. We bring ideas that help the European Union become a strong global player, a reliable ally, and a better democracy promoter. Our strengths: a wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead, read our studies, take part in our events, participate in our campaigns, come discuss, share, and even challenge our ideas. The choice is yours, and so is the EU.
People are excited about what AI will do for them. We're excited about what AI will do for business. Meet the Watson X assistants. AI designed to multiply output by automating tasks. When you Watson X your business, you can use AI assistants to help coders code faster, customer service respond quicker, and employees handle repetitive tasks in less time. Let's create AI assistants that transform business with Watson X. IBM, let's create.
Υπάρχουν πολλές δυνάμεις που κινούν τον κόσμο. Γι' αυτό και στην Ideal Holdings έχουμε δημιουργήσει με κριτήρια βιωσιμότητας ένα χαρτοφυλάκιο με διαφορετικές επιχειρήσεις, που όλες όμως έχουν ένα κοινό. Δύναμη με τα πολυκαταστήματα Attica. τον απόλυτο shopping προορισμό με την Byte, μία από τις μεγαλύτερες εταιρείες πληροφορικής στην Ελλάδα. Με την Αστήρ Βιτόγιαννης, πολυεθνική δύναμη στην κατασκευή μεταλλικών κομμάτων και την Άντακομ, με δυναμική παρουσία στον χώρο της κυβερνοασφάλειας και των ψηφιακών υπογραφών. Ideal Holdings, ελληνική εταιρεία συμμετοχών.
Joke you broke, the love that's wealthiest, the most successful people are generally international.
The world is becoming an ever volatile, ever changing place, changing much faster than it did before. There's a class of person out there now who's actually rapidly adapting to the changing environments.
The world is moving to global citizens.
Henley & Partners is a unique firm that is addressing the needs of this global citizen.
Like so many times in life, you don't get aware of the need until you really ended up in a situation, and then it's too late.
Where it's quite useful to have just options.
Ultimately, quality of life, education, mobility, security, and tax. In this international and global world that we're in, these are the tools you want.
Truly the ultimate symbol of freedom.
Yes, being free.
It's the ability to live where you want, travel where you want, raise your kids where you want, and not subject your family to the fate of where you happen to be born. You actually get to choose.
I find that Henley & Partners are a professional company, but they're also very approachable.
Very open communication. It's like you know somebody for 30 years.
Always starts with an initial meeting where we really establish whether we are the right people to deal with and whether the client is right for us.
Well, from the point of view of the clients, and I've heard this from so many of their clients, the word family just comes up over and over again. It doesn't feel so much like going and talking to a professional services firm. It feels like a family.
And what we found is when we turn to Henley & Partners is we get the answers right away, and it's straightforward, and the timelines are condensed dramatically, and that gives us very much a sense of comfort that we're in good hands and we're with people who know what they're doing. It's a fantastic kind of all-encompassing service that you get when you come to Henley & Partners.
They know what they're doing. They're professional, efficient, courteous.
They are providing a true service to these global high net worth individuals that are concerned about taxes, concerned about their freedom, concerned about the safety of their family.
And that's what Henley & Partners offers our clients, and that's what Henley & Partners helps create and construct for governments. The fact that they have so
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please.
To set up these investor schemes.
If you could take your seats, we're going to begin. We have a very crowded program today, so we need to press ahead with our opening session. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 28th Annual Government Roundtable here near Athens at Lagonisi, spiraling through the conflicts in search of opportunities. And you can see the logo here of this conference, which has a sort of spiral shape, a question mark, an exclamation mark. I hope that it won't leave you dizzy. I hope it will leave you with a clearer idea of what to expect when we've finished our conversations. We have a very busy day. Just to kick us off, I'm joined by my fellow chairs of this event, Joan Hoey and Alistair Ross, and we're going to just give a sort of little bit of an opening overview of the environment that we face for this event. Joan, if I could start with you. We've just had European elections, which have been a bit of an upheaval for Europe, and straight away have prompted a surprising election in France. So how much more turbulence can we expect in Europe as a result of this?
Quite a lot, I would say. I think it's what we're going through is a kind of new political era, and it's been a long time coming. And so everybody's talking about this as a political shock, but it's been really signaled over quite a long period. And essentially what's happening is that the political center is being pushed aside by insurgent populist parties, and that's been building for at least a decade. So, you know, Macron founded his new party based on the idea that it's neither left nor right, and it's now facing a political wipeout. So there's some uncertainty, obviously, about the final outcome of the election next weekend, but there's either going to be a majority for a national rally and a national rally government, or a hung parliament. So essentially gridlock, political gridlock in France, and if the national rally were to get a majority, then there could be political gridlock in Europe too. And so, yes, I think the UK is facing a different kind of political earthquake, where the most successful, probably, political party of all time, the Conservative Party, is going to be also decimated in the election.
Well, let me ask Alistair to talk a bit about Britain. We actually have the election on the last day of our event here on Thursday. Everybody's expecting Keir Starmer to win. Is that your expectation?
I don't think there's very much doubt about that at this stage. I think the interesting question that people are looking at now is by how much and what that signifies. So, you know, on the one hand, it would seem sensible to hope for a reasonable majority for whoever wins, because what we don't need at this point is weak government that's constantly under threat. On the other hand, there is a school of thought that too much of a majority leaves, puts the government at risk of not being confronted properly by a responsible opposition. And we may well find ourselves there, it appears. And then there's the question of who makes up that opposition, how they behave, where they see their strategic direction, with eyes on 2029, you know, what happens after the first Starmer cycle.
Yeah, so definitely almost certainly change of personnel in Britain, huge uncertainty in Europe. Just a couple of words on the other big election that is looming, which is, of course, in the United States, where everything has suddenly been thrown into even greater uncertainty than was previously the case, with Joe Biden's frankly disastrous debate performance just this past week. And I think it's clear that the Biden camp is going to try to ride this out and claim that everything is really okay and that he can come back from this. It's really, in my view, I spend a lot of my time covering the United States, probably has to be the working hypothesis that Joe Biden remains the candidate for the Democrats, because only Joe Biden can actually change that. Nobody can prevent him. He has the delegates at the party's national convention to do that. But I think the next couple of weeks are going to be absolutely critical when we see what happens in the opinion polls and the sorts of pressures that Democrats, even down the ticket, congressional and Senate contests, are going to be feeling as a result of this debacle. And we could see a lot of pressure on the Biden camp to change the game as a result of that. And of course, any further slips, he'll be very much protected from unscripted appearances, one suspects, from here on. But any further slips would only fuel this pressure on the Biden team. So already it was looking bad in the polls for Biden. The Economist election prediction model was giving Donald Trump a 2 in 3 chance of retaining the presidency of winning the election before this disaster happened. So I think that everybody was complaining that this was a very boring campaign with 2 familiar candidates and not much action in the primaries. It's going to be anything but boring from here on in. Joan, our time is very short, so I just want to get a very brief rundown from you on the Economist Intelligence Unit's predictions for the world economy, for the European economy, and specifically for Greece. It's always very helpful at this event to start off with your predictions of what we're looking at in terms of economic growth for the coming year.
Well, despite the political turmoil and obviously still big geopolitical headwinds, the outlook for global growth is looking a bit rosier than it has been for some time. So EIU's forecast for global growth is 2.5%, which indicates that there is resilient demand in the face of high interest rates. And that is really being driven by a very robust US economy, where we're forecasting growth about 2.2%. There's probably going to be a cyclical upturn in China as well, with some kind of moderate stimulus going on there. Conditions in Europe are going to remain challenging, but they're improving, and disruption to energy supply is easing. Interest rates have started finally to come down, and what we're seeing is stronger growth momentum being driven by private consumption which reflects easing inflation and tight labour markets. So Eurozone growth, we're forecasting 1% growth this year. Germany is still going to be the weakest economy with growth of around 0.4% in 2024. EU 27, 1.2%. And in Greece, what we saw was after a rather weak fourth quarter of 2023, growth rebounding in the first quarter, coming in at 1.7%. We're forecasting growth much above the Eurozone average in Greece of around 2.5% in 2024, which is probably a little above consensus. But what we're seeing here is generally it's tourism-dependent economies performing very well, better than the manufacturing powerhouses. There's still a lot of scope for catch-up growth, I think, in Greece after the crisis years. And the RRF funds, these very substantial EU funds, are also making a big difference. And obviously the policy environment is much improved too.
So there's quite a contrast there to set us off between the very uncertain political environment and a rather confident economic picture that you've just presented there. I think that gives us a very good basis to have our discussions over the next few days. We'll end it there in the interest of time, and we're going to move straight on to the next session. But thank you, Joan, and Alistair, obviously going to be back for much more later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
And so now it's my pleasure to welcome the President of Bulgaria, Rumen Radev, please, to come and talk to us for his keynote address, and then we'll have a chance, I think, for a bit of a conversation afterwards. Mr. President, very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Good morning. Dear Nectaria and Mr. Franklin, thank you very much for your invitation and a very warm welcome. It is a great honor to address such a prestigious audience on very important topics regarding our future. I'm sure that no one in this room 2.5 years ago could ever imagine that we may witness full-scale, devastating war in Europe and today's tragic events in the Middle East, reminding us of how volatile our neighborhood is and how fragile the peace is. Against this global landscape, I believe that the major objectives of the EU is to deliver security, stability, and prosperity to all its citizens, as well to the neighborhood. To be able to shape our future depends heavily on our ability to sustain and develop this role and vision of the EU, to strengthen our security and defense, and to develop a sound strategy to bring back the peace in Europe. Every day of the Russian war against Ukraine is a growing risk to the world peace. This war has become already a war of attrition, of global economic clash, generating tremendous human suffering and material damage, draining our economic and social systems, feeding political instability and populism. That's why from the very first day of the Russian military aggression, Bulgaria highly condemns it. My country has become a part of the common EU efforts to comprehensively support Ukraine and to turn Ukraine into a candidate for EU membership. It is far beyond my ability to analyze the complex and sensitive aspects of this bloody war. But the one thing I believe is that in order to achieve our goals, we should not avoid answering hard questions. This war obviously has challenged our security and defense architecture, our defense industrial readiness, our unity and solidarity. But above all, I believe, this war has challenged our critical thinking, our ability to profoundly analyze and assess all the strategic and operational aspects and risks, to identify the strategic center of gravity of the opponent, like stated by Clausewitz 200 years ago, be it the Russian field forces, the lines of communication, the Russian economy and military industry, the leadership of the state, or its ability to avoid sanctions and to build strong partnerships with the countries from the global south. It challenged our ability to develop to define feasible political objectives and to translate them into a sound strategy. It also challenged our ability to define the desired end state and what does victory mean. And also to develop our strategy using all the available instruments, military, economic, and diplomatic. And all of us, we have seen some examples of strategic misestimates which this war has already revealed. For instance, the Russian leadership underestimated the will of the Ukrainian people to resist and fight for their freedom and solidarity. In addition, the Russian General Staff crashed in translating the vague political objectives like demilitarization and denazification into a feasible strategy. As a result, its military was humiliated and beaten in the first phase of the war. We, on the other side, underestimated the resilience and capacity of the Russian economy and military industry. All of us remember profound analysis of many leading experts and politicians that under the heavy sanctions, the Russian economy will collapse in few months, even that the Russian Federation will fall apart. Nothing like that happened. The overall EU economic growth for the last year is far below the Russian economic growth. I don't know if the declared Russian growth of 3.6% is true, but it is true that the Russian industry, military industry today produces far more shells and essential military equipment than all of us together. Another example, the Ukrainian leadership, encouraged by many ally experts and leaders, underestimated some of the basic principles of operational art, which demand certain conditions like advantage in manpower, equipment, and air dominance to be at place before launching any offensive operation. We know the result. The famous long advertised Ukrainian counteroffensive turned into tremendous loss of human lives and material. On the contrary, with no progress on the battlefield. On the contrary, Russia succeeded to gain the operational initiative. So it is obvious that we need to reassess our approach to this war and to turn back to diplomacy and negotiations, the sooner the better. We need as well to further develop our concept of strategic autonomy. This concept has evolved over the past few years under this pressure of rapidly deteriorating global security circumstances. And the essence of this concept is to provide us the ability to shape the strategic environment in line with our strategic objectives, providing security, stability, and peace to all our citizens. It requires, this concept represents our enhanced level of ambition to shape the strategic environments along with our goals. And we need to maintain our resilience and freedom of action to achieve this highly ambitious goal. The concept of strategic autonomy requires reinforcing, most of all, the overall European Union long-term global competitiveness. This is a top priority. To strengthen our industrial base in line with accelerated green and digital transition, securing the supply and autonomous production of abundant, affordable, and clean energy, securing the supply of critical raw materials, boosting the science, boosting innovations, technology, space, and artificial intelligence development, further developing our transport, digital, and energy connectivity, and most of all, to further develop and strengthen our defense industrial base, and overcoming our fragmentation, talking about defense industry. It is true that that we have witnessed a significant progress in many of these areas, and many other positive and important initiatives are underway, especially regarding the development of the legal framework, like Net Zero Industry Act, Critical Raw Materials Act, European Chips Act, Artificial Intelligence Act, the European Defense Industry Strategy, and the European Defense Industry Program. All of them provide a huge step forward, and I do believe that very soon we can witness some even better specific results. So my time is over, I guess. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Well, thank you, first of all, for being very disciplined on the time. That's not always the case in the case of everybody, and that's much appreciated, but also for a fascinating strategic overview. We have a few minutes for questions. First of all, on the Ukraine question, we'll soon have the NATO summit, the 75th anniversary summit in Washington. Does Bulgaria support Ukrainian membership of NATO, and if so, on what time frame?
I believe that the summit decisions by NATO and by NATO-Ukraine Council represent a bridge, solid bridge towards future Ukraine membership in NATO. And all the allies so far have confirmed their strong commitment to support Ukraine membership in the alliance. The question is not whether, the question is when. And the answer to this question will depend as well as on the development on the battlefield, on the possibility to settle peace, but sustainable and just peace. And then of course, Ukraine is a sovereign country, and Ukraine has the freedom to decide.
So you mentioned at the outset the miscalculations that have been made on all sides of this terrible war. Are we still guilty of miscalculating today, do you think? And if so, where do you think we might need a recalibration of attitudes and expectations?
First of all, it is vitally important to understand what type of warfare are we facing today. And this war is a typical example of boots on the ground warfare. And the most strategic, this is a fight for every inch of territory. And the most strategic aspect in this war is, this type of war is not the weapons and munitions, but the people. It's training, equipment, motivation, and numbers. And talking about numbers, we admire, all of us, the courage and commitment of the Ukrainian people, but the numbers comparisons show a clear advantage on the Russian side. And this war has developed its own character and dynamics. If we continue keeping this war's dynamic without any major change, we could face a point in time when Ukraine could run out of people to defend itself, not to speak about reaching its main goal, to push the Russian military back to the borders from 1991. And we need to realize that we may face a tremendous challenge. We may face a very hard political and moral dilemma. On the one hand, I can understand the concerns of some political leaders that if we don't support Ukraine with everything, including troops, we betray our values. We agree that territories could be grabbed by force in 21st century, and we sacrifice international law. On the other hand, we have to be clear that NATO should and will not enter this war, especially with troops on the ground. And NATO should not allow to be dragged in this war. This is vitally important because any direct clash between NATO and Russia could lead to a global clash with nuclear weapons, with devastating consequences, and this is not in favor for Europe. This scenario is not in favor for Ukraine.
So how do you resolve this dilemma between the strategic disadvantage for Ukraine and strategic imperative of NATO to steer out of it in terms of feet on the ground?
I do believe that I have mentioned before a while that we need as soon as possible to turn back to diplomacy and to prepare the ground for negotiations, to avoid this moment in time, because it could come. This is one of the risks of this war. And diplomacy and dialogue offer much more avenues for the future than the binary logic of the war. And also we need to support, to involve, and to engage all the strategic parties in these negotiations. That's why my country supported the peace conference in Switzerland, as this is the first, I believe, the first very important step to the right direction to refocus from gaining victory at any price to win the peace. And negotiations between Russia and Ukraine, supported by its partners, when the moment comes. Ukraine could decide when the moment comes. And we need to prepare the ground. And once again, at this moment, Ukraine should have strong diplomatic arsenals of any leverages, of course, always according to the UN chapter.
We won't have time to go into this details of this diplomacy. It's very important, obviously. I want to take the opportunity, though, for one more question, specifically for Bulgaria. Bulgaria and Romania earlier this year were given only partial Schengen access by the EU after waiting many years for this. So what is your position on that, and when do you hope to have full access?
I think that keeping Bulgaria and Romania outside of Schengen doesn't contribute to the stability and prosperity of Europe, neither to the military mobility we need in time of crisis and war. Bulgaria covered all the technical criteria 13 years ago. All the EU inspections in Bulgaria show excellent results. And setting and changing all the time some vague criteria outside any regulations, serving maybe someone's internal political interests, undermines the legal framework of the European Union and the decision-making patterns. And I'm pleased that working together with our strategic partners like Greece, we have invested a lot to improve our connectivity and to compensate, to mitigate the consequences of Schengen, and in this way to be committed to the Europeans' efforts for stability and prosperity.
I hear your frustration. We don't have more time to go into this. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for setting us off on such a stimulating site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, and now I'm going to hand over to Joan for the next session with the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. The next session is we're going to focus on what the latest political developments in Europe, the European elections, signify for the EU's eastwards enlargement. And to address that question, I'm delighted to welcome Dorin Recian, Prime Minister of Moldova. Welcome, Prime Minister.
Dear Nectaria, President Radev, President Gül, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, it's a great honor for me to address today's annual Economist Government Roundtable. And this question, what do the European elections signify for Western Balkans and Eastern Europe, is as important as ever. We have to look at these results in the context, and obviously from the Moldovan perspective, this is from one side a cautious optimism that we are seeing, and from the other side is a kind of a rehearsal. I will explain a little bit later why. We see that the parliament moved to the right. We have to see to what extent the policies and where shall they move if. And I will not comment on the election results themselves, as I do believe that this is the expression of the will of the people, and obviously results change inevitably every few years, as just they are meant to reflect the changes in the concerns and expectations of our people. Though I think that a thorough analysis of the malign influence and election interference should be done in order to assess to what extent people's sentiment is a reflection of reality or is influenced by propaganda, disinformation, and false promises, and altogether. Moldova's path to independence was paved in the early 90s in the streets, with thousands and thousands of people rally demanding under Soviet occupation for freedom and sovereignty. Some might even say democracy itself arrived rather unexpectedly with the fall of the Soviet Union. But as a young democracy, we have come to value our freedoms and celebrate our elections. And in these European elections, nearly 50,000 of our nationals within Moldova that hold EU citizenship actively participated in the elections at the polling stations opened in Moldova and voted overwhelmingly the pro-European parties. And we call pro-European parties those that understand that a larger Europe is a more peaceful, secure, and prosperous Europe. I was mentioning that these were also a rehearsal, a preparation for the day when all Moldovans will have a say in the future of the European Union, a shared future for our continent and unity in Europe. When our country holds national elections, hundreds of thousands of Moldovans worldwide travels hours and hundreds of kilometers to polling stations to exercise their freedom of choice. Few events unite our diaspora like the election day, a day when they get to decide the future of our country. And that is a reason for celebration as well. Yet, too many still take democracy for granted, and in today's world, it's important not to forget that having a voice and a vote is especially valuable. New technologies are being used to divide us, and while Ukrainians cannot afford to hold elections, for the Kremlin, they simply just don't seem to matter anymore. Moldova has been the country most affected by the war after Ukraine, and we still receive a lot of unsolicited attention from Kremlin. Moldova is safe and peaceful thanks to the bravery and sacrifices of Ukraine, and I would like to extend our Moldovans' gratitude to Ukraine and to Ukrainian people for keeping peace, security, not only in Moldova, but on the continent, including in the Baltic countries. And however, the broader conflict impacts all of Europe. Cyber attacks, informational warfare, and other attacks on democracies are felt everywhere, with the intention of undermining the democracies and interfering with our sovereign choices. Every day, Moldova's institutions are becoming stronger and more resilient towards new types of threats. But I believe that even in these terrible times, we must still seek ways to end the cycle of hatred and destruction, striving tirelessly for peace and unity. This war has no justification. No shift in borders can justify the hundreds of thousands of deaths. And while we cannot change the past, we can still shape a future where we live in peace. There is no alternative but to learn to coexist, and it is probably the greatest responsibility of politicians to pursue peace and prosperity with decency, never abandoning diplomacy, dialogue, and convergence. All wars share one common outcome. They eventually end with peace. But European wars have an immensely more valuable commonality. They end for good with the European Union. This war should be no different. Peace in Europe must prevail. We must learn from our mistakes and ensure this is the last war in Europe, maintaining unity around the values that matter most: freedom, prosperity, rule of law, and respect for human life. No other continent has endured as much war as Europe, only to emerge free, open, prosperous, and without borders. These values attract countries to the Union, and these values will outlive any dictator. Moldova already embraces these values. We're fighting corruption and reforming our justice, building a country that can maintain its own peace and security while contributing to those of the region, and at the same time, building the most digital and business-friendly country in Europe. The competition is tough, but we are determined to excel. I invite you all to come and see our progress, but also come visit us as a family. ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you not just as a Prime Minister of Moldova, but as a representative of a nation that is deeply committed to the European project. Moldova, Ukraine, and countries from the Western Balkans are part of the European family. It is not a question of if, but when we will join the Union. Our journey towards EU membership is not without its challenges, but great things don't come easy. Yet we remain determined to succeed. We believe that EU enlargement in Eastern Europe and Western Balkans is an investment in peace, ensuring freedom and safety for generations to come. We're ready and willing to contribute. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that, Prime Minister. We've talked a lot already this morning about elections, and of course Moldova has its own election coming up, a presidential election. You mentioned there that Moldova's been in the front line. It's very much in the front line of cyber attacks and information warfare and so on. Are you worried about whether that might be the case in the forthcoming election? To what degree is the country still polarized also between the pro-EU, which seems to be the majority, pro-EU forces, and there's obviously a pro-Russian faction as well in the country. So how do you see that election panning out?
Look, we're already seeing an escalation of the malign influence and a lot of propaganda and misinformation and false information about European Union, about the fact that we will be holding a referendum, a pro-EU referendum. The good thing is that Moldova is has a strong support for European Union. What Kremlin tries is to instill fear in the society. We have to know that the pro-Russian left, let's say the pro-Russian leaning left in the country collapsed under 20–25%, but we still hold 10 to 15% of people that still fear Russia. And this is what Russia is trying to weaponize and to use against our strategic goal of becoming an EU country. Moldova develops, the government develops its means to fight this propaganda, to fight this disinformation, I would call it war. And we are consolidating also the capabilities of home security apparatus so that we can ensure peace and stability in Moldova, as to create the background from one side to advance on implementing the acquis communautaire, but from the other side to make sure that we create the background for economic growth, as to deliver welfare for the people.
Yes, so you really emphasize the commitment of the government and the president to the EU accession process. You also mentioned that the challenges there as well. Moldova has made a lot of progress over the past 2 years in terms of these 9 steps that were set out, the reform agenda, towards adopting the acquis, the EU body of law. But there is a cost to those reforms, and maybe in terms of high fiscal deficits, budget deficits, the need, which entails the need for more financial assistance. I just wanted to ask you a bit more about the economic position of the country at the moment. Still very much dependent on international assistance, but at the same time, the economy has been growing quite strongly.
We are very conscious that with the war immediately next door, as I mentioned, we are grateful to Ukraine and Ukrainians for the fact that we have peace and security, but then the sentiment of the investors, the sentiment of the consumers is still not there, and correspondingly our economy recovers, not according to the books. We're very cautious in terms of the fiscal deficits, though trying to invest as much as possible on the side of the government balance sheet into infrastructure, into various projects that will keep up the economy for the time being. Moldova, though, is also a very good place for opportunities for investments in energy and green transition, in infrastructure, in electronics. Please know that one of the largest, actually, company, wine producing in Central and Eastern Europe is from Moldova and listed from the Bucharest on the Bucharest Stock Exchange. We have a burgeoning and very strong IT industry, and we have an exponential growth, and actually the largest software producer in Eastern Europe is from Moldova and listed on the New York Stock Exchange. So we have all the factors to have a sustainable economic growth, and Moldova has the talent, Moldova has the innovation, and we're looking for the long-term capital to attract and to realize these opportunities.
Thank you. I think we've got time for one more question. I saw recently that the EU ambassador to Moldova said that the EU would prefer Moldova to become an EU member with Transnistria, which is the breakaway region in Moldova, with an orientation to Russia. So I just wanted to ask about the Transnistria question and how this can be resolved, or can it be resolved peacefully? How do you see that in terms of the Moldova's orientation to the EU and the accession process?
The reality is that we have aligned the Transnistrian region on our peace and security objectives, and we achieved so far the fact that more than 2/3 of the trade of the region is with European Union. So almost 90% of the trade is with the European Union and with the economic space of the country. So we're having right now an accelerated economic and social integration of the region into the whole of Moldova, and we see more and more willingness of people there to align with the whole of Moldova towards our European integration. And we have already set up a mechanism for the people on the left side, for the facto administration, to gradually adjust the legislation along with the central government.
Okay, well, thanks very much. I'm afraid that's all we've got time for, but that's nice to end on a positive note about an issue that's been extremely troublesome for the country, but things moving in the right direction. So thank you very much. We have a photograph.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving straight on to our next session, entitled Peace and Prosperity in the Region, Identifying New Opportunities. And it's my great pleasure to introduce our guest of honor and keynote speaker, Abdullah Gül, former president of Turkey. Welcome, sir. The floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express my happiness to be in Greece after many years. I've been here several times before in my former capacities, and each time I felt like a well-treated guest in the house of a very close friend. I would also like to thank for the organizers for the invitation. First of all, I wish I could be able to picture the current geopolitical order in our region as a source for peace and prosperity. However, this is not the case. We are passing through difficult times without lesson learned. The world, and particularly Europe story, is full of examples proving that peace is the sine qua non to attain prosperity. EU is the most concrete example in front of us. Despite the past experience and accumulated knowledge, we still lack the patience and determination to solve problems with maturity. We treat compromise as a negative act and fail to use it as a method to find solutions. The more we avoid making sacrifices for timely dialogue and reconciliation, the higher the cost we pay in the aftermath. Such an approach causes pains, suffering, and destruction that could have been paid. There's no doubt that making peace is harder than making war. Actually, Europe has confronted this reality many times. Today's OSCE was established and Helsinki Final Act was signed in 1975. With the conciliatory spirit even during the Cold War. After the end of the Cold War, we have made considerable progress for the European security and stability. The establishment of NATO-Russian Permanent Joint Council in 1997 as a mechanism for taking joint decisions and action was an important step in this direction. This platform fully functioned until the Russians' illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea. Even if there were serious casualties, the conflicts in the Balkans could be resolved with the common sense reached within the international community. When we thought war would never come to Europe again, we are now facing the Russian-Ukraine war that shakes the European and transatlantic security. This is not a war only between two neighboring countries. It's more than that. It brings, again, the Western and East neck to neck and results in further polarization around the world. It has obviously turned into a war of proxies in a dangerous game. Could the war have been avoided? I would say yes. The Minsk agreements that were signed by Ukraine, Russia, and the OSCE special representatives in 2014 and 2015 were instrumental to this end. Unfortunately, the parties failed to implement these agreements and they negotiated war, not peace. After many pains and neglect, now it is high time to sit together again around the same table and engage in a serious negotiations in order to avoid further damage. This is very critical not only for the European security, but also the security configuration around the world. On the other hand, the situation in the war-torn Middle East, especially in Gaza, is worrisome. As UN Secretary General rightly pointed out, the October 7 attack on Israel did not happen in a vacuum. I unequivocally condemn the loss of civilians' lives on both sides. However, we should not forget that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has a 5 decades long history full of tragedy for Palestinians. The main reason of the war we are witnessing together with great sadness in the Palestinian territories today is, in a word, occupation. Israel's oppressive control of the West Bank and East Jerusalem since 1967, the colonization of the occupied Palestinian territories with its illegal settlement policies, its repressive policies incompatible with human dignity, its discarding of binding UN Security Council resolution prepared the unfortunate ground for today's heartbreaking picture. Moreover, the acceptance of these policies by the world public opinion as a new normal was just a poor ignorance. Israel's total destruction of Gaza in front of the eyes of the world, where more than 40,000 defenseless people, women, and children are killed, does not coincide with any Western values. If we ignore the core of the problem and do not deal with its root causes, we cannot talk about the sustainable peace. The vicious circle will continue. This will be a strategic mistake. A two-state solution based on 1967 border with East Jerusalem as the capital of Palestine is the only option to attain a brighter future for both Palestinians and Israelis. Reaching this solution will certainly guarantee the security of Israel forever and largest cooperation between them. Time has come to make a real breakthrough for this chronic issue. Let me also draw your attention to another threat. Turning our eyes back to Europe, the rise of the far right in Europe, as we have just witnessed, is also a risky issue. Far-right's policies did not bring good results for Europe in its history. European leaders should reflect deeply on how and why this is happening. Ladies and gentlemen, despite this gloomy picture in our region, the sun is shining when it comes to the course of Turkish-Greek relations. Our countries share borders on land and sea, and our cultures are linked. This connectedness makes Turkish-Greek relations much more special at the state and people-to-people levels. Our shared geography is our destiny. Therefore, we should be wise enough to act in line with this reality. An approach laid on goodwill, openness, trust, and empathy always makes a difference in the development of our relations. When I applied this policy in my previous capacities with my Greek counterparts, one of them, she is sitting here, we obtained satisfactory results. In a similar way, now, we should stick to the positive agenda with a strategic vision without tactical moves. The 2023 Athens Declaration opened a new and dynamic chapter in our relations, and there is an evident political will on the part of the leaders of both sides to continue their constructive dialogue. The Aegean Sea is our common treasury. It should present a source of cooperation and dialogue, not conflict. To solve all outstanding issues in the Aegean, constructive dialogue, diplomacy, and international law must prevail over the logic of confrontation. Such endeavors would pave the way to just, lasting, comprehensive, and equitable settlements to the Asian issue that would be acceptable by both sides. We need to respect each other's legitimate rights and vital interests there. Cultivating empathy and putting yourself in the other's shoes are of utmost importance in that sense. we need to focus on what we can all gain avoiding a maximalist approach. Economy is the essential instrument for the straightening of our negotiations at various levels. If we can increase mutual direct investments, our economies will become more interdependent. This will give us leverage to defend each other's interests in the region and beyond. Tourism is another sector that generates new avenues for cooperation. The recent developments in this area are praiseworthy. We should also embark on new projects to promote our cultural heritage together. With all these positive developments, we must remain vigilant against disruptive elements that may try to undermine the positive climate. We should not fall into the trap of marginal groups who might be provocative in both sides. Maintaining and empowering the recent positive atmosphere in our relations will benefit our countries and the region as a whole. Such a positive climate will also contribute to reach a just, lasting, sustainable, and mutually acceptable settlements to the Cyprus issue based on the rights on the island. The outcome of the Cyprus settlement will be much more rewarding than we expected. This will contribute to the resolution of several problematic matters, from energy supply, regional security to NATO issue cooperation. Above all, this will bring prosperity and wealth to the entire Mediterranean region. We should not lose sight of this strategic perspective. Overall, with a positive and honest approach to each other and by joining our hands as Turks and Greeks, we can become the generator of cooperation in our region. While doing so, we will explore and seize the sea of opportunity ahead of us together. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for that overview, and I liked your phrase, the phrase that you used, amidst all the darkness and doom and gloom in Ukraine and the Middle East, the sun is shining on Greece-Turkey relations at the moment. So I just, that's a very positive message about the high-level dialogue and the positive agenda that's been going on over the past year or so. Just a quick follow-up from me on that. Are there any limits to that? You seem to suggest at the end that as long as we continue, as the two countries continue on this path of developing trade, tourism, economic relations, that should be the focus, that we might see breakthroughs on more contentious, maybe, or more difficult issues.
Definitely there are difficult issues, but we should not forget that we are neighboring and we are living together here in this region, and we will remain this forever. So the wise leadership on both sides, they take all these into account and try to solve this through dialogue. And for this, as I said here, we should put ourselves in others' shoes. We should understand the concern of others. Then I think we can close more easily. I'm glad that now the both leaders in both sides, our president and the prime minister here, they are in this mood, and I hope that the result in the long term will be positive for the people in both sides.
Well, thanks for that. So things are moving on the Greek-Turkish relations, but things aren't really moving in terms of Turkey's EU aspirations or membership process. Negotiations started in 2005, I think it was. In 2016, we had this migrant deal between the EU and Turkey that was supposed to accelerate everything, and instead the whole thing seems to be frozen. So I guess my question is, can Turkey maintain its European orientation, its EU orientation, as long as membership talks remain frozen like this?
Well, Turkey's European orientation is not new. It's centuries before, and we are historically and geographically part of Turkey. Then also, after the Second World War, Turkey was the founding member of all the European institutions. Of course, the full membership negotiation in 2005 was very meaningful for both of us. Turkey is a big country by population, land, and then its joining in Europe definitely will strengthen Europe, and Europe will act strategically more powerful in the world. Unfortunately, it didn't move very well as we expected. At the beginning, some of the member countries prevented us going further, and they frozen some chapters. Their reason was not honest, I have to say, because at that time I was leading Turkey and I started negotiation there. Anyway, I believe that being the full member of the EU is, of course, important. But what is more important for us to be compatible with the EU? What does it mean? Adaptation of the standards. Therefore, Copenhagen political criteria, Maastricht criteria, adaptation, all of them, and other EU acquis in Turkey is good for us, all right? We believe that this makes the country resilient, robust economy, and more strong. So the officially, the progress, if it goes very well, of course. I mean, we definitely wish to do this, see this. But if it doesn't happen, that was my advice to my governments, and also publicly. Well, open the chapter ourselves and close it, so upgrade all the standards. That will definitely change Turkey, and it changed Turkey a lot. And then, being the full membership is a political issue. If the member country sees that Turkey is really an asset for them, they say yes. Maybe Turkey will say no that time. That time, I requested from my counterparts, when we sit together behind the doors, I told them that, don't block this. So we move. When the Council declares that Turkey is ready, then you take your political decision that time. Isn't it good that a country, the big country, is adopting all the EU acquis? Is it good for Europe or not? Is it good for the European companies or not? But unfortunately, some of the leaders that time, they didn't act positively.
I mean, one of the reasons, I guess, that progress stalled was to do, and this was the official reasons, to do with developments in the country, political developments, democratic backsliding, and so on. So I just wanted to ask you, what is your assessment of recent political and economic developments in Turkey? You're not in government anymore, but you're not in, but you're still involved, I think, in the political scene. So it'd be good to hear from you, just how things are going in terms of political developments and also the economy, which has been through a difficult period. Things now seem to be going in the right direction.
Well, everybody knows that recently Turkey passed through some difficult domestic issues. So that tied our hands, and we face problem. But after the 2003, last year's election, the president and the government, they realized that the policies should be changed. Particularly the economic policies, the performance of the last policies were not good. I mean, they are very clear. So they realized this, and President assigned new minister in charge of economy and finance, is very eligible and talented man. And also the new chairman of Central Bank, he is also very good, very professional. Before the political man was there and then. So now both of them and the others, they're convinced the president and the others, the public opinion. So they are doing very well, very rational policies they are following. The main target is the inflation. Inflation was very high. And Central Bank also declared that their main mission is to again gain the stability of the market. So therefore, the monetary policy, fiscal policies, all together combined, they are going hand in hand, and I think rational, and I believe that in the future we will yield the results of this. In a foreign policy also, the engagement policies, now the president, the new foreign minister, they are implementing this, and this creates, of course, good climate, not only in the West, in the East, South. There are difficult issues, you see. You have to talk, you have to understand, and it's always good to solve the problems diplomatically. The war caused huge damage, and we all know. So therefore, I'm optimistic with the new policies.
Well, thank you very much. And I did have the pleasure of listening to the finance minister of Turkey recently in London, who set out his vision, thinking that really inflation has probably peaked now in May, and that from now on we should be on a downward trajectory. But thank you very much for your introductory remarks and your overview of how you see Greek-Turkish relations developing and the wider issues in the region. It's been a pleasure to have you with us, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see if I have a photograph.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, I'm handing over to Daniel very quickly. We're in our usual race against time.
Thank you, Joan. So we're going to move on now. If I could invite the next panelists, please, to join me. Wes Mitchell, Markos Kounalakis, John Stylides, and Dora Bokoyannis, please join me. Hi, Markos. Yeah, Markos, please.
Want me immediately there, or you want Dora there?
I'll have Dora here.
Yeah.
Hi,
good
Dan.
to see you again.
Yeah. Hi, good to see you. Let's have Dora here, and yeah. Yeah, if you
Hello. I met the other two gentlemen.
Hello, nice to see you.
Hello, nice to see you.
Oh, yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the conversation continues with another critical event on the horizon, the forthcoming US presidential election. And in particular, in this session, we're going to focus on its implications for the wider world, of course, not least Europe, Greece, this region. And for that, we have an extremely distinguished panel. Dora Bakoyannis, MP, President of the Standing Committee on National Defence and External Affairs, and of course, former Foreign Minister of Greece. We have Wes Mitchell, former US Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs, served in the Trump administration under Mike Pompeo's State Department, and principal of the Marathon Initiative, and of course, both Dora Bakoyannis and Wes Mitchell are familiar to this event. We're grateful for you coming back to speak to us. We have Markos Konalakis, visiting fellow from the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, and John Stylides, geopolitical strategist at Trilogy Advisors, and a former diplomacy consultant at the State Department. So a very distinguished panel. Dora, if I could start with you to look ahead to the US election. The small things are at stake in what may be the outcome.
Well, honestly, you have much bigger experts than me to tell you what the outcome will be. But let me say that, as you know, Europe is in a turmoil. There is a lot of anxiety around what will happen with the American elections, what the result would be, how these elections will influence the different problems we face in Europe and also the world, what the relations will be with the rest of the world, how will NATO look after we have the first experience during the first term of Trump's presidency, in case Trump is elected. As you know, we are facing a very difficult moment now in Europe. The French elections were an expected shock, not as big, hopefully, as we feared, but the results will show it next Sunday. What will happen in France? The German-France relationships are not the relationships we knew in the past, so Europe is in front of a lot of new and old problems. The role of the United States is crucial. It's crucial for Ukraine. It's crucial for the Middle East. How the new, whatever it will be, American administration will work in the Middle East. The Middle East for us is extremely important. As President Gül said before, we follow the whole evolution with a lot of concern because, as you probably know, Greece is in a very particular position. We are honest brokers in the region. And I think we are a country which has shown also in the past and today that we are able to communicate in a very good way, both with Israel and with the Palestinians. But a lot, of course, depends on the United States. Now, the last debate, which we followed, it was a very bad idea, let me tell you, to wake up at 4:30 in the morning to see this debate. It was really disappointing, very disappointing. For people who have done foreign policy all their lives, to see this debate of the leaders of the free world, I mean, we cannot talk it around. It was a great disappointment, and it added up to the anxiety everybody feels. So the United States in trouble, at least for 6 months to come. Europe in trouble, at least for the 6 months to come, gives a message to the countries around. Putin believes he's much stronger, so he attacks in a completely different way. In the Middle East, there is no sign of any kind of agreement due to the fact that everybody waits, or at least Netanyahu waits, the American elections. And of course, the whole of the rest of the world feels free to make movements which until now they would think twice about. So I stop here.
Well, that's a depressing, but understandably depressing.
I'm sorry, I would like to be more optimistic, honestly.
Yes, you didn't mention that we did at least learn something about the presidential golfing prowess and their handicaps. I mean, this is of great...
This was very important.
Great geostrategic importance. But just suppose for a moment that we have a second Trump term. What do you expect would happen in Ukraine, or the implications for Israel, Palestine? Do you think there would be a change in dynamics in both those circumstances?
Well, I am not the big expert. I think we will hear from Ambassador Mitchell more. But as far as I see it from Greece, probably the war in Ukraine is not the first priority for Trump. So I don't believe that the money will be flowing towards Ukraine, which means practically that Ukraine has to give in one way or another. If it is politically covered or not, I don't understand. I agree with President Gül that we should have never been there if we would take much more seriously the Minsk agreement and work on the Minsk agreement, but that's history. Yeah. So this will be, I think, a change. Another change might come in the Middle East. I don't know exactly what ex-President Trump thinks about the Middle East. I think he believes that he might put up some kind of Arab government in Palestine for a while until the new Palestinian leadership would emerge. But this is easily said than done. And for the moment, the situation in Palestine is really, really appalling. And we had a proposition, and I had also a personal proposition, at least to take 8,000 children out of Palestine and not let them starve to death. And for the United States, it would be a problem. But for Europe, it would not be a problem. The Europeans would be ready to save 8,000 children from famine. But even that is not possible for the moment. So we are completely stuck. Mm-hmm. And we are stuck because we will have elections.
Right. So the question...
democracy is a wonderful system. We haven't invented, we Greeks, anything other than democracy. But unfortunately, during the electoral campaign, nothing moves. So practically the problems grow even larger.
Yes. So I think the question is, in 6 months' time, do things become unstuck in some way? Wes Mitchell, what's your view? You served in the first Trump administration. What can we expect in the future?
Well, let me try to put some of this in perspective. I mean, I don't disagree with everything that's been said, but I think people get carried away with headlines in the lead up to an election. And I was thinking about my two neighbors back in Virginia. I have a neighbor on one side of me who's a very conservative Republican, and a neighbor on the other side of me who's a very progressive Democrat. And they agree on one thing, and that is if their guy loses in November, it's going to be the end of democracy, and it might be the end of the world. And I guess I'll try to be maybe a little bit more pessimistic geopolitically, but say I disagree. I don't think it's going to be the end of democracy. It may be the end of the world, but not because of who's going to win or lose in November. I think the constraints on the next president of the United States are going to be enormous. in foreign policy. I can't think of a time, going back maybe to the high point of the Cold War, when the constraints have just been so confining. You know, you look at the world situation, in my view, we are well advanced into the world crisis of our time. We have two major wars underway, one in Europe and another in the Middle East. We may have another major war in the Far East soon. According to the Economist's very convincing reports, China is preparing round the clock to grab Taiwan. According to Reuters, Iran is at 60% purity in enrichment. So they're within, according to Reuters, within days, if not weeks, quote unquote, of nuclear breakout. So that the person who wins in November, look at the game board from their perspective. They're going to have to deal with North Korea, Iran, a war in Ukraine, possibly soon a major regional war in the Middle East. They're going to have to deal with the situation in Taiwan. And keep in mind that the last two national defense strategies in the United States, one under President Biden, one under President Trump, have both said the same thing. The United States military is not postured or configured or equipped to fight two major peers simultaneously. So the big question is, how do we deal with the potential for wars in three major regions simultaneously, given those constraints? And I think the constraints are real. And, you know, to make the point, look at Biden's foreign policy. When Biden came to office, remember at that time some of his goals. He wanted to reduce tensions with Russia and China. He wanted to reduce domestic U.S. energy production. Biden came into office with the goal of returning the consulate to Jerusalem, returning to the Iran nuclear deal. None of that has happened. Biden doubled down on Trump's China policy, in fact, increased it with export controls. Biden embraced the Abraham Accords. You mentioned what would Trump do in the Middle East? Well, we know in fair measure from the last time around. It was under the Trump administration that the Eastern Mediterranean strategy that strengthened the U.S. role in relations with Greece and in this part of the world, the 3+1 format that I worked on with Secretary Pompeo, Israel, Cyprus, Greece. So we don't know everything about what it would look like. But I would say the next president is going to operate under very significant constraints. I think a lot of the hype in the lead up to an election is inevitable. But I would keep perspective. And democracies, thank you, Greece, for democracy. We're seeing its effects across the Western world. But look, I think I have a lot of friends on the left who like to talk about democracy, but they don't like to accept the outcomes when it goes against what they preach. So I would say have confidence in the United States, but understand the constraints that we're operating under. I think the strategic constraints are real. I think we do still need Europe to do a hell of a lot more than it's been doing, even with the major step up in what Europe has and it deserves to be acknowledged since the start of the Ukraine war. But the way I would put it is this, to European friends. Focus less on what Trump might do and focus more on what our enemies probably will do and what you should do to improve your defenses. I think the hour is late. I think we're experiencing I think it's a very grave international situation. And that's a kind of cold comfort. I mean, I guess I'm getting my optimism from the force of events, but I would focus on the constraints and not just the noise of an election and the inevitable frenzy of speculation. And yeah, that's my take.
Well, can I nevertheless throw one back at you for that?
Sure.
I mean, have confidence in the United States. I think that's historically been a pretty good strategy for Europe. However, there's a fundamental question about if we do have President Trump again, how committed he is to NATO. John Bolton, for one, wrote in his memoir that he thought Trump would want to get America out of NATO. How committed do you think would a Trump 2 administration be to NATO?
I can't speak for Trump, but I can tell you that the best indicator to America's behavior in the world has always been and will continue to be U.S. interests. And the U.S. interests that I see it's imperative to the United States that we keep a close relationship with Europe. I think we do need Europe to do a lot more. I think that's a central message. I imagine the next president, whoever that may be, when it comes to Ukraine, I'm responding to what our Bulgarian friend earlier said. I think the moment for diplomacy will come, but the circumstances of that are critical, that it will require leverage. If we had a peace deal on the table tomorrow, but the Ukrainians didn't have the weapons they need to defend themselves, it won't bring real peace. It might bring an interlude, and then a sterner war might draw America more into Europe. So I wouldn't get carried away with a lot of the speculation. I would look at U.S. interests. I would remember that we do have a three-front problem, but we've seen a first Trump term. I think that's a broad indicator to probably how a second Trump administration would approach the world. And it's in America's enduring interest to have a strong strategic relationship with Europe.
Okay. Markos Kornelakis, your perspective on this?
Yeah, conscious of time constraints here, I'm going to speak in shorthand, and so I'll address both the time frame, the 6-month time frame, and also constraints, and then just give an overview in terms of what to expect from a stylistic perspective and also from a policy perspective. So the Honorable Dora Bakoyannis talked about the next 6 months. I think that time frame has just been foreshortened. The debate was disastrous. It was a debacle, and anyone who viewed just the snippets was probably frightened by what they saw. If you watched the entire debate, you should be shocked, because it was even worse than the snippets. So what you're looking at right now is not only a weakened candidate, a presidential candidate, you're looking at effectively a weakened president. And so the weakened president is currently sitting in the White House making decisions, and of course it's not just us observing that, it's our adversaries and those who are considering these three fronts and how to behave within the realm of geopolitics. Highly frightening. I believe that, and I'm not in the business of predictions because I've been a foreign correspondent most of my career and an academic currently, but I believe at this point there's about a 50% chance that President Biden will be the candidate going forward. I think there's just too much pressure following that debate in terms of how he looks and how he's likely to appear come November. So it's a bold prediction. It's not one I make happily, but it is unfortunately what I feel is currently the case. In terms of constraints, I feel that it's very difficult to look at the first administration, whether it's the Biden administration or the Trump administration, and project forward how they are going to likely act. What we just saw yesterday in the United States was a Supreme Court decision that effectively has created what could be an imperial presidency. In other words, the constraints that have existed and that existed during the first Trump administration were those of personnel, were institutional. There were any number of constraints, not merely those of resources, but rather of people who were able to hold back some of the president's worst instincts when it came to foreign policy. He now has had 4 years to reflect upon that. He has been embattled in terms of the courts and any number of other ways, and he's articulated his feeling that, in fact, this next administration will be unconstrained from a policy perspective. So those instincts, whether it's implying that South Korea should have its own nuclear weapon, or whatever it is that he sees as being a bold project and policy, is one that he can likely more easily implement without the types of personnel constraints and policy and institutional constraints that have existed in the past. And then finally, just to kind of give you a sense of how I have shorthanded what you're likely to see, and this depends in part on who the candidates will be, whether it's Trump or any Democrat. Remember, the only person who likely enters into this campaign with foreign policy experience are Trump and Biden. If there is not a Biden candidacy, then you are likely to get a governor of some sort, and in general, governors do not have a whole lot of foreign policy experience. Usually when they're elected, they are tested immediately once they come out of their election. And so expect, again, these adversarial relationships that we have and those conflicts that we're currently observing and participating in will be challenged even greater at the beginning of any non-Biden or non-Trump administration. But let me just give you my, and this is, again, a shorthand version. Should it be a democratic outcome, you can expect a more predictable versus an unpredictable approach. We saw those, and I don't think that's really open to too much competition in terms of the understanding. There's institutional approach, again, on the democratic side, versus an individualized approach to policy. There's more tactical response on the democratic side versus a more transactional approach. There's a more enterprising, and that means whether it's putting together alliances, Sweden and Finland, versus, for example, a more entertaining approach, which means you have to play to a populace in some cases to be able to move policy along. And I'd say there's more of a collective versus a colluding approach. And finally, I'd say, you know, it's a wounded presidency versus an imperial presidency. Let me just close out by saying there are some things that there is consensus on in the United States that affects our geopolitics. China is one of those things that, surprisingly, almost across the board, we have 100% consensus. So expect more aggressive actions against Beijing, in part in reaction to what Beijing is doing, but in part because there is a sense that this has to happen. On trade, you just saw a 100% tariff applied in the United States on electric vehicles. I think you'll continue to see a lack of multinational trade agreements, regardless of whether it's Democratic or Republican. So expect more pressure, much more industrial policy coming out of the United States. In terms of alliances, however, there is not a consensus in terms of how do you plan and perform in alliance structures. And of course, from my perspective, on wars, the approach to wars is very different, and we can talk about that if you care in the follow-up. And in energy, I will pass that on to John Sitilides.
Marcos, very quickly, thank you for that very much. Very clear. You said 50% chance, you put it at, of Biden being the candidate. If you were an advisor to the Joe Biden right now, what would you be saying? Would you be saying go for the good of the country, let someone else step in, or would you say tough it out, which seems to be the Jill Biden line?
Yeah, so I have to start out with my caveat because I have a horse in this game. So if, for instance, Gavin Newsom were to become president of the United States, my wife would become governor of California. So I have some interest in this.
No conflict of interest there
is a bit of a conflict of interest. But if I were advising him honestly, I would say the least chaotic outcome would be for him to recognize that not only is he a wounded candidate, but a wounded president, that he goes before the public and says, look, I recognize my faculties or my physical stature doesn't allow me to continue. Therefore, there is a constitutional approach to how we have succession in this country. The vice president of the United States becomes the president, and it becomes a less chaotic handover. She would then go into the convention as the president of the United States, and all of the chaos that would follow in the convention.
Yeah.
Short of that, there's a process also within the convention which will be a little more chaotic, and which will feel more chaotic because of the demonstrations in the street around Gaza and just around the process of a president not continuing.
How extraordinary that we're talking about this as serious possibilities at this point. John Sitilides, give us your view, please.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel, and thank you very much to the Economist team for welcoming me here today, and what a distinguished panel and terrific insights here. I'm going to lay out sort of two larger themes, if I might. One, talking a little bit about how Washington works, and I want to underscore some of the points that Marcos has made about the parties and the separation of powers that we have in the U.S., especially as I was following the Ukraine aid debate in Europe and Europe's unwillingness to understand how Washington political decisions are made. And this will play out regardless of who wins, whether we have a Democrat, whether we have a Republican in the White House in January of 2025. If there is a Republican president, if you have President Trump and you have a Democratic House or Senate or both houses controlled by the Democrats, count on very, very difficult challenges in forging some type of common U.S. foreign policy between the White House and the Congress. And the Congress has the power of the purse, very, very influential, and so can decide whether or not to fund any of President Trump's priorities, and vice versa. If the Republicans control both houses of the Congress, the Senate and the House of Representatives, under a Biden or Newsom or Kamala Harris presidency. So we need to be very mindful of some of the specific issues where there is already some discord. If you have a Trump presidency, I think you'll see a stronger Democratic push towards reassuring the NATO alliance that there will be continued U.S. aid to Ukraine, whether it's all military or whether it's more sort of a balanced approach remains to be seen. And also, I think if we have a Republican Congress controlling both houses and a Democrat in the White House, you'll see a far stronger push on pro-Israel policies. You see another debate that's playing out both within the Democratic Party. The anti-war wing is becoming much more prominent in the Democratic Party. And on the Republican side with Ukraine, there's a greater sense that perhaps the U.S. is facing very difficult fiscal constraints going forward and also has to prioritize other issues, especially the Indo-Pacific. So whoever is president, I would say, there are going to be three larger priorities. One is going to be rebuilding our defense industrial base. It's essentially hollowed out, ladies and gentlemen, and we are entering a period, from an American perspective, I would say, of what I call hard truths and tough choices, underlining constraints that we're going to have on foreign policy and national security. We don't build ships anymore. All the ships that are used for military purposes from an American or Western perspective are largely built in China and South Korea. We've allowed our manufacturing base to hollow out over the last 20 to 30 years for the sake of outsourcing to China and to other Asian markets because it was more cost-effective for American companies at the expense of the American middle class. And you see this playing out now with the very popular support for President Trump over the last, well, 2 cycles and now possibly a third. And I think we're also going to be seeing a significant increase in the U.S. defense budget, potentially exceeding $900 billion to $1 trillion perhaps, to deal with these challenges that we're facing in Europe, in the Middle East, and potentially in the Indo-Pacific region. And a good part of that will largely play out in the realm of research and development, because especially, I would say, the competition with the Communist Party of China will not only be on the military level, but also in the field of technology. Quantum computing, robotics, artificial intelligence, all of these frontier breakthrough technologies that will dominate the global economy of the 21st century. And largely, we have to get our fiscal house in order. Just recently, the U.S. overall debt is exceeding our GDP. We are on track now for, under the current trajectory, to reach a $50 trillion debt by 2035. It is not sustainable, especially with entitlements for Social Security, Medicare, and the like, and the idea that we're now paying more in interest debt payments than we are for our defense puts us in a very precarious situation, whoever is in the White House. Let me also just bring it a little bit closer to the region, ladies and gentlemen, and talk about a few scenarios that we're looking at in the Eastern Mediterranean and the periphery outside of the NATO alliance. We have, I don't know if he's still here, we had the Prime Minister of Moldova before. That is a country that is going to undergo extreme stress, I believe, from Russia, which still has 1,500 troops occupying Transnistria. And that's going to be an area where Russia will exercise leverage depending on the battlefield situation in Ukraine. We're not sure if we're going to have peace or war between energy-rich Azerbaijan, increasingly armed by Russia and Turkey and by Israel, against an increasingly impoverished but pro-Western Armenia. So you could have a breakthrough there, or you could have war. We see Russia that is not only building stronger bases in Syria based on the lease they cut with Assad in 2015, but potentially building out now a base in Tobruk, just south of Crete, in the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. And what does that mean for U.S. and NATO power projection? Russia may be arming the Houthis to more sustainably attack global shipping in the Red Sea, partly as a retaliation for the permission now for Ukraine to strike at targets inside of Russia. They don't have to necessarily retaliate against Ukrainians. They can use the global chessboard to retaliate. And another potential scenario now, and one that has been hinted at publicly by the Iranian regime, is to arm the Polisario Front in the Western Sahara to attack global shipping in the Straits of Gibraltar. So this is the kind of a situation that we're potentially facing in the next 4 years, regardless of who is occupying the Situation Room in the White House.
Well, thank you. All very sobering. And thank you for reminding everybody that it's not just a presidential election that is happening. There's, of course, congressional elections as well, and those are crucially important in the American system. We're running over time, but I'm going to take the opportunity, since we have such a great panel, to ask you all one more question, which is to bring it back to Greece, really, in this very tricky situation that you've all described so well. How does Greece and its partners set about getting this region sufficiently on the agenda of whoever forms the next administration at a time when there are so many tricky conflicts to manage around the world and resources are so constrained? How do you get the centrality of this region across? Maybe go in reverse order and end up with Dora Bokoyanni's view.
Sure, John. Sure. Thank you, Daniel. I would say certainly build up on the very, very positive momentum for Greece, despite what might be happening in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and with these potential scenarios. I think what's happening in Greece has been much good news over the last 5-10 years, especially as Greece has come out of the Great Depression, just to be frank here with the language, and especially now with the strengthened U.S.-Greece relations begun under President Trump and now accelerated under the Biden administration. The conversion of Alexandroupolis into one of the most important logistics, military, energy, and transportation hubs in all of Europe, I think is very good news. Greece connecting to what is the 3 Seas initiative up and down Central and Eastern Europe, I would say expanding it to a 6 Seas initiative, because once Greece is inside of this network, you have the Aegean Sea, the Ionian Sea, and the entire Eastern Mediterranean Sea connected to the other 3 Seas. And I think, even if we're not sure where exactly it's going, IMEC and these partnerships with countries like India, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to open up new logistics lines into the Indian Ocean and across the Middle East, I think portend very positively for Greece's role in the region.
I don't want to repeat what John said. I associate myself with those remarks, in particular on the energy and on the defense front. But I think there are 2 more important aspects that are key to the United States and to Greece. One is, of course, what happens with Ukraine going forward. There is a natural relationship between Greece and Turkey and Ukraine in those regions that were so early attacked, whether it's Mariupol, as we refer to it in Greece, and its native population and its historic relationship to Greece. Greece is going to play a very important role in terms of reconstruction in any of those regions that have been attacked. I think it's important that we remember that the Prime Minister of Greece was almost killed in Ukraine, and that particular event is one that I think should be in the front of everyone's mind as we think about what happens in the ongoing evolution of Ukraine. I'll bring in a second aspect which is not talked about, but I discussed this with the Secretary of the Navy at one point and have mentioned this to members of the Greek government as well. Greece has the largest merchant marine. And because of the constraints on our shipping within the United States and because of the inability for us to be able to dominate in the seas, the United States that is, I think that there is a real opportunity to leverage the strength of the Greek fleets and the merchant marines for logistical purposes and for potential military reasons going forward, whether it's training some American and allied military personnel on shipping, but also relying on future conflicts where cabotage is going to be required to be able to employ those and deploy those ships for logistical purposes.
Well, Greece is unique because it's a stable democracy with significant military, and if you zoned out, for many hundreds of miles. But geographically, it's the one ally that the United States has that's at the pivot point between these 3 global regions that I've mentioned. And so Russia and Iran are going to have a way of keeping the Eastern Mediterranean front and center on energy and other things. But one thing I would add to what's already been said is that the Greeks historically have played a unique diplomatic role. And the more that Greece invests in mitigating or maybe not resolving, but making progress on regional conflicts, so Cyprus, the relationship with Turkey, it's a moment in the world where crisis with a capital C is possible. And so it benefits everyone, benefits the United States certainly, for Greece to play this role as it has done in the Near East with the Abraham Accords, as it's doing with Turkey in the Western Balkans. That takes on enormous importance in addition to the strategic and energy and military relationship.
Thank you. Dora.
Well, thank you
They've
very
said it
much.
all for you.
They said it all. I mean, there are very few things I can add. I think that, of course, I agree with everything you said. But except that Greece is playing a significant role inside the European Union now. The European People's Party is the biggest party in the European Union. Kyriakos Mitsotakis and Prime Minister Tusk were the two main negotiators for the European People's Party. So Greece, for the first time after many years, after we went through a lot of problems, is recognized inside the European Union as a country which can play a role. And the second argument is what I told you before. In the region, we are honest brokers. I think we are the only country who is really able to be of help in negotiating, in speaking with everybody, for the very simple reason that we have the good relations to both sides, and we are honest and open in these relations, and stable. So Greece's foreign policy is a stable foreign policy. It is based on our values, on international values, and I think that we can be of help mainly during this time where a lot of questions are open. As Marco said, we have the movable pipelines. And these movable pipelines are the ships, I mean. These are very important in a period of crisis. So I hope that we will be able to produce some kind of ideas which would be helpful for the whole region.
So if I could summarize very briefly the conversation that you've all just had, if you've heard a sort of clicking sound metaphorically around the room, it's of everybody fastening their seatbelts for what promises to be a very turbulent time ahead, not just the next 6 months, but beyond that as well. Quite a lot of disturbing conflicts to contemplate, but at the same time, Greece has a great opportunity and is a great stabilizing influence and has a significant role to play. So I think that is at least some optimism we can take from this conversation. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you. Daniel, thank you very
Thank
much.
you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you. Thank you, and I'd like to invite Konstantinos Mavros, please, to join me. Hello, nice to see you.
Nice to see you again.
Let's sit here, and I'll sit here, yeah. So, Konstantinos Mavros, Vice President and CEO of PPC Renewables. Very good to have you back at our event. Thank you. And please, you've heard what we've just discussed on the rather mind-concentrating geostrategic landscape that we are in. Give us your perspective also, particularly from an energy prism, of how this looks.
Yeah, actually, thank you very much for the invitation. Glad to be back. I heard your conclusion as well as the previous panelists, referring on the 6 months ahead or a year ahead, or on the geopolitical issues and challenges we are about to face. So there are two wars, ongoing wars, in the Middle East and, of course, the Ukrainian-Russian conflict. And we are about, maybe, to see a conflict in Asia. Taking energy into perspective, I'd just like to mention that we started the energy transition a few years ago with a vision to change the course of the economy after 70 years of coal. So moving from fossil fuels to renewables, basically, for two reasons. One is the climate change itself, to tackle this, and of course to provide cheap electricity to the household. Now we are facing a major and huge challenge that is not about to change. It's about to remain and keep things being unstable. And this is the very geopolitical aspect of things worldwide. So we need to make sure we take this into consideration, as well as other factors that are involved into security as a notion within the energy transition.
So what about the transition for Greece? In practical terms, the strategy for the next, well, you have to think long-term policy for energy always. What is the mix going to be, and how quickly do you think the transition can happen?
Greece at the moment is within the first 5 countries worldwide in deployment of renewables and, of course, delivering on the energy transition. The energy transition is about 3 pillars. It's about decarbonizing the mix, it's about digitizing the mix, and, of course, decentralizing, meaning delivering renewables. So Greece is there, is delivering, and I believe we are quite ahead of schedule, if I could say so. I just want to mention 3 factors that come in mind and relates to the previous panel as well as to the security of energy. So one would be, if we all recall, back in 2023, what happened in Denmark. There was a cyber attack in 22 companies delivering on critical infrastructure, and that was the largest ever worldwide. If we go back to 2019, Iranian-backed Yemens were fighting against Saudi and bombed 2 oil processing distilleries, and then oil production fell by 5.7 million barrels per day. So we can see that security is not only about war, it's about asymmetric geopolitical factors and, of course, cybersecurity. So again, coming back to your question about Greece delivering, we are moving in decarbonizing the mix, delivering renewables, and, of course, strengthening further the digitization and cybersecurity. And that's what we do within PPC Group, having a strategy not only in Greece, but in the broader Southeastern Europe region. We are the incumbent in the country. We are active in Greece. Now in Romania, of course, post the Enel acquisition, we are the largest company in Southeastern Europe. We are present in Bulgaria, Albania, Croatia. Recently, we made an agreement in Italy. So we are becoming a regional.
But can you be a little bit more specific about the decarbonization portion of this? We can come on to the cyber and security, other aspects of security. Yeah. But in the decarbonization, what are the practical investments that you're putting in place, and what share of energy resource, of the energy mix, can that realistically aspire to be over what time frame?
There is there are the institutional agreements or decisions that are taken by the EU and, of course, the Greek government, and we are targeting 65% of renewables within the next few years.
But is that mainly solar in Greece's case, or is it?
It is a mix. Maybe solar will prevail a bit, but this is normal because, if you go up to the Nordics, it's more windy. If you go south, it's more sunny.
No, you have sun here.
Yeah. So, and this is a very good point because we need to, there is stochastic production and output on renewables. So we need to make sure we build more energy systems, and that's what we do. And we need to make sure we deliver on grid infrastructure. And one thing I want to mention, if you look at Euroelectric's recent study, Grid for Speed, we need to invest 67 billion per year until 2050, for then 25 years, to make sure we support the energy transition on a European level. And why this is important, because as you said, if we produce more solar here and more wind northbound, we need to make sure we can actually transport and move this electricity efficiently. And this is about also digitizing and protecting.
But it feeds through, for example, into the transport infrastructure, what sort of cars people are driving, and we're talking geostrategic security. China is so competitive in electric vehicles. How do you see that developing? And is that something you have to be concerned about, or do you just worry about providing the power and doesn't matter what it's feeding into?
Actually, I believe in an inclusive form of understanding or encompassing all factors. And if you take into consideration that China at the moment is the sole producer of green metals and we need 35 million tons per year in Europe to proceed with the energy transition. We cannot ignore this. I was recently in China, and if you look at the fleet of cars, for example, in Shenzhen, 55% are electric cars. This is the future. But we need to take a part of that value chain in Europe. And that's what the EU is trying and struggling to actually adjust. China is and might and will be a main player for batteries and green metals, but at the same time, Europe needs to catch up. So we cannot ignore that.
Talk a little bit about this geographical point of Europe. We just heard it in the previous panel in a way, the centrality of Greece in many questions. Greece is a sort of being a mediator between various players. How does that translate into the energy sphere, and particularly renewable energy?
Greece is in the crossroad. Actually, it's in the borderline between East and West. At the same time, Greece is a stable democracy. And if you look at the European level, it's a strong, stable democracy. In my view, Greece is delivering on the coalitions, NATO, EU, whatever. And energy is a huge opportunity for the country that is being deployed. It's not a vision, it's happening. So Greece is becoming a local superpower in terms of energy. Why? Because we are delivering on renewables. We are a crossroad for grids, and of course, we are a crossroad between the Middle East, taking into account, for example, Egypt, the whole South Mediterranean, and the northbound neighboring countries in the Balkan region or the Southeastern Europe region. And this is exactly the way we view it at PPC Group and our expansion plans, which is a natural field of expansion for us to deliver in our plans.
So could you imagine, or do you have a strategic view for your company of what share of your business will be Greek-centered and what share will be regional? You're presumably undergoing a transition in that respect too, with a greater share of regional importance in your mix. Give us a sense. Can you put some numbers on that of how it looks?
Maybe I'd like to put it from another perspective. So Greece is a geography. But at the moment, the way the European electricity market is evolving, having clusters, different clusters, and is being unified, we cannot look at state-driven geographies. So we are looking at our natural cluster, which is the Southeastern European cluster. So if we have a mix, the strategy is dynamic. It is an ongoing process. But if we have a mix that, for example, Greece accounts for 50% of the operations, in the near future, that could be a case. But again, this is quite dynamic, and we see how it evolves, because depends on grids, depends on supply chain and how quick we can move into these countries, and of course, depends on capital allocation. And this, again, is an ongoing process.
But does it depend also on your competition? I mean, who is the competition that you run up against in this expansion? You presumably bump up against others who also aspire to this sort of regional role.
Yeah.
Which is healthy. I mean, everybody is, for the consumer, it's very good to have competition.
It's absolutely healthy. Regarding the generation part, we are all working together, so it's not a matter of competition because there is enough space for everybody. On the retail side of things, to the end customer, yes, there is competition. It is truly healthy. And if you look at even today, pricing levels, PPC is delivering on setting the right prices. What I want to say is that competition is global at the moment, and for us, competition is European. So we want to make sure we stay on the incumbent level in Southeastern Europe, and we keep expanding.
Final question, and then we're going to go to the coffee break, much delayed. From the point of view, we've been talking strategically, we've been looking at it from a very broad perspective, but if you look at it from the bottom up, from the point of view of the consumer, consumers, not just in Greece, but everywhere, have been worried about prices, have been worried about energy security for themselves. What do you think the prospect is for the consumer in all this transition and amid the geopolitical uncertainties that we've been talking about?
I guess I like that you mentioned bottom up. So if you look at from a bottom up approach, there is a very simple answer, mid or long term. there is no cheaper form of electricity than renewables. So the cheaper kilowatt hour at the moment, and it will stay like this, is it's a green kilowatt hour. So what we need to make sure we do is that we deliver this kilowatt hour to the end consumer because it's the cheapest form. So the real challenge here is to make sure that we build battery storage systems and grids. Why? Because if we don't fight the stochastic nature of renewables, we might end up with balancing market, not being too technical, we might end up when renewables not being able to produce to have very expensive electricity. So again, the consumer, the end consumer, the household will benefit from this, from the energy transition. Actually, we are benefiting as we speak, but we need to make sure that this is sustainable and this is long-term.
And do you think you still have a job to do to persuade consumers that this is the right way to go? Because there's a sort of backlash at the moment in some areas about the green transition, and that you see this in the American election, you've seen it in the election campaigns across Europe, that some parties anyway are saying, well, this has all gone too far, consumers don't like it, let's slow down.
Yeah, it's always like this. When there's a change, people tend to have cycles. You know, there are cycles that are going up, cycles that are going down. At the moment, there is a social aspect of resistance. We don't view that in Greece because being a stable democracy with a stable government at the moment, we don't see a problem. But again, I believe that this is a constant job that we need to keep doing. Everybody that is in energy needs to work on convincing constantly the end consumer that this is the only and true way forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We look forward to checking back on this, the progress over the years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, it's great. Shall we have a... Thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to take a coffee break, and then we'll be back after that for Europe's future after a renewed mandate, and Joan will be chairing that session.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to get started with the next session. I would ask people still drinking coffee to come in the room, bring your coffees with you, and come and listen to our next conversation. Just giving everybody a minute to come in and take your seats. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get started, not to waste any more time. The next session, we're switching the focus back to Europe and looking at what these recent elections, the European Parliament elections, national elections, we've got a lot more actually in the second half of 2024, what that means for Europe over the next 6 months. So we've got a great panel here, and I'd like to welcome all of them and ask them to join me now on stage. Guy Verhofstadt, President of the European Movement International, former member of the European Parliament and former Prime Minister of Belgium. Welcome, Guy. Please take a seat. Tommi Huuhtanen, Executive Director of the Wilfred Martens Centre for European Studies. Welcome, Tommy. Take a seat. And Pavlos Marinakis, Deputy Minister to the Prime Minister of Greece and Government Spokesperson. Welcome. Thanks. Take a seat. Okay, I'm going to ask Guy to kick us off. What does it all mean, Guy? What's going to happen? What's your assessment of what's going on? Let's get started.
Well, I have to tell you that I was a bit depressed after the previous debate with our American friends. So welcome into the new world order, I would say. A brutal world order, apparently, because if I have it right, we have now Xi in Beijing, we have Putin in Moscow, and then apparently with the new Supreme Court decision, Trump on steroids in Washington is a possibility. So we're gonna have a world order dominated by people that, as a Democrat, personally, I don't like. Orban likes them, so that's already a certainty. He is friend of everybody, of the three. But it's a world order that is brutal, clearly, in decades. And I think it's a brutal world order not only politically, geopolitically, but also military. See what's happening in Ukraine. Technologically, see what is happening in the rivalry between the US and China and Europe and China. And so I think it will be a world order that is based also on a lot of deglobalization. We are entering in an area already a few years of deglobalizing the world order with COVID, with the war in Ukraine, with the rivalry with China. And maybe we are on the course of a two-tier technological world also, because it's a little bit naive to think that if we stop sending semiconductors to China, that China will not develop its own semiconductors or its own production machines to build them. So I think that is the world order in which nations have only one possibility, that is to enter in a big regional organization like the European Union, like NATO. Looked at what happened to Finland and Sweden. It was unthinkable until recently that both countries would enter NATO. That was unthinkable. That was against their tradition. I'm next to a Finn, so he knows that better than I do. Well, what happened in reality is that they enter because there is no certainty for individual countries outside the umbrella of one of these empires. Because that is the new age in which we have entered, a new age of empires, in fact dominated by China, by India, by America, by possibly Russia. And the question is, and that is my second point, is Europe ready for that new world order? Are we ready today to face that new world order, that brutal world order, also with the trend of deglobalization, militarization that we see every day? And my answer, we are not. It's not impossible to be ready in the coming years, but it will need huge reforms to be ready for that new world order. And that in a few ways. Very short. First of all, on defense. We are spending a lot of money on defense, also in Europe. Maybe in the debate I can show a beautiful slide about that, what we are spending on defense. We are not ready. We have no defense union as a European pillar of NATO, what was the initial idea in the 50s of the founding fathers. We are not ready economically. Our single market needs to be completed and extended not only to traditional products like Greek yogurt or Belgian chocolate, but also to the new goods, the new services of the future. We have no single market in digital, in technological, in telecom, in capital service, and I want to applaud the excellent report of Enrico Letta, present here in the room, for his break-making report on the internal market, and I can only hope, Enrico, that they simply take it, put it in legislative files, and send it to the European Parliament and to the European Council and implement it. That is what needs to be done. So also there. 3, we are not ready institutionally. Why? We are still stuck in the unanimity route. And then 4th, we need to establish the fastest as possible our new relationship with Britain after Brexit. But there, I expect some breakthrough, because with the new government, with Starmer, even when tactically he cannot say anything for the moment during the elections until Thursday, I expect that the first moves in the coming months of this new Labour government will be opening the discussion on rejoining customs union and rejoining the single market.
Okay, we can talk about that. Thanks very much, Guy, and thanks for sticking to time. Tommy, turning to you, I wanted to ask you your response to what Wes Mitchell said in the previous session, which is that Europe shouldn't focus so much on American politics and what might happen with if there is a Donald Trump presidency, but should focus on problems in Europe's backyard and prepare itself, focus on defense and security and taking more responsibility, presumably.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Economist, and thank you for having me here. Yes, our American friend was quite optimistic and calming down, indeed. And I think there's a truth in it, in the sense that there's no point for us Europeans to get panicked. That's very clear. That will not help. Secondly, if it's the new administration, Trump administration comes in, I think we have to be open-minded. Yeah, we can make some assumptions, but I think a lot of depends on the attitude which we have with the new team, if there is a new team. And, let's say that Donald Tusk has said, and some European leaders already, that whoever is there, we need to be able to, cooperate them. But let's face the fact. I guess the reality is that Europe needs a little bit more US than US needs Europe, and not least because of war in Ukraine. So the question is then, how shall we play it? So Guy already mentioned defense. I think it's a big challenge. We talk a lot, but it's also a question of money. In order the European defense industry really kick off, there needs to be big financial commitment by the European countries, and we see, great difficulties, And he already painted a picture about the other place, so it's very clear. The war in Ukraine underlined the fact that we need more broader network globally. There's a lot of, we have a lot of business representatives here. Many are looking for India to compensate China, but not only. We need to look at Asia, which is new central point of economic growth, and Africa maybe in 20 years will be new Asia. Who knows? So that's very importantly. But also coming to the issue of Trump, also we need to be more in contact with our Western allies globally, Japan, Australia, and discuss how to handle the possible new situation. That point said, of course, the US election needs to still take place.
Okay, thanks. I was going to ask about China as well, because obviously there's a lot of focus in Europe at the moment on China. And as Guy said, we seem to be moving into this more regionalized world, a world of blocks, and at the same time, a much more protectionist world. And it seems to me that that's the direction in which Europe's going. It's making its own contribution to this.
But if I can comment, but what can we do? If you look, for 10, 50 years, China has broken the WTO rules, is supporting the companies, but also technologically they're very advanced. So they are more or less the same level, and then they use these practices to push us out. Greece, we have a lot of sun here. We know that 50 years ago there was quite strong industry for solar panels here in Europe. Now it's wiped out. So I don't see protectionism, it's, I think maybe rather we are now establishing level playing field with China. That's how I see it.
Okay, thanks. Pavlos Marinakis, what about, how do you see the situation for Greece after the European Parliament election results here, and just looking forward for the second term, 1 year in, what's next for the government?
I'm the only one with notes, I think. We're trying to be as accurate as I can. It's a great honor for me to participate in the 28th annual Economist Government Roundtable. It's a privilege to be among individuals with such profound knowledge of public and international politics. Ms. Joan Howie, Director of the Economist prestigious Annual Democracy Index, thank you very much. Mr. Guy Verhofstadt, who has shown his commitment to the values of the European Union and his dedication to saving Greece during the Greek crisis. We must remember these difficult years for us. And Mr. Tommy Huchtanen, who has contributed to the political dominate of the center-right Europe through his work with the official think tank of the European People's Party, our party. I'm trying to say some thoughts about the future of Europe after the recent popular mandate. I believe we are facing a paradox here, because while the European Union's role is recognized as crucial for the future, citizens approach the European Parliament elections with priorities based on their domestic political scenes. This paradox is evident in different ways. Some countries experienced increased abstention. Others show a rise in votes for extreme parties. We need to decode this paradox. Is it indifference or aversion to the idea and values of the European Union? It is a mandate for less Europe? I believe not. The recent results have certain three dominant causes for me. The first one is that citizens consider the European Parliament elections less important compared to their national or local elections. The second one is that people are dissatisfied with government effectiveness. And the third one is that the prolonged period of normality has led many to forget the dangers that stem from extreme regimes. Putting these points together helps us see things clearly. Citizens consider European elections a safe way to send a message of disapproval to the traditional parties, especially those in power. The issue of abstention will not be resolved simply by reminding people how important is participation. That's not so simple, I think. We need to provide real intensities through our policies to engage young people, especially young people, in shaping their own future. I think that the biggest issues that the younger generations face are housing and financial stability. In Greece, we address the housing shortage through subsidized loan programs with state support and subsidized renovation of vacant houses. Also, we create a more supportive environment for young families by reducing taxes, expanding maternity and paternity leave, and providing more financial support to new mothers from various professional backgrounds. Have these efforts solved the problems? Of course not. Can we be at ease that the recent popular mandate will act as a release valve? Not at all, I think. In the European elections, it is the extreme parties that have benefited. A loose vote for the extremes is the first step, I think, towards a conscious vote for the extremes. We must combat this trend now. Above all, we must stay vigilant, because this vote will impact the European Parliament's decisions. This impact is invisible to many citizens and can distort the real political landscape. Let's take two very simple examples. The first one has to do with the common agricultural policy. How easy it will be for the moderate forces in the new European Parliament to agree on compromises when there are irresponsible voices on both sides accusing them of compromising their principles. The second one is immigration, a huge problem for Europe and a very big problem for our country. How will we achieve consensus on immigration if extreme rhetoric is gaining ground? Our party, New Democracy Party, as government, has often faced this negative logic. We have always chosen hard work and reforms for the benefit of citizens, without considering the political cost. I will briefly mention the new judicial map, tax reforms, legislation for non-state universities after 50 years for our country, and measures to eliminate sport violence. So, how should we interpret the election result? I would say more effective European Union. What does it mean? Firstly, it means a European Union that focuses on and invests in acts that improve daily life, bridge inequalities, and create opportunities. It means acting quickly, without long deliberations. It also means a European Union closer to the citizens, understanding and proactive. What does it mean practically? Policies that combat inflation, tools to promote innovation and support traditional businesses, joint actions for common defense, strategies for energy transition that treat producers as allies, initiatives that will make Europe a leader in the fourth industrial revolution. At the same time, we must make clear to the people that the political agendas of the extremes are impractical and will fail to secure prosperity. Remember Britain. Populist Euroscepticism did not appear overnight. It grew step by step and led to Brexit as the worst possible time. We don't need opinion surveys to realize what went wrong and why. Of course, elections are coming up. We need to wait to the decision of the British people and new government's initiatives. The European Union, as well as Britain, need each other. They need a New York working relationship. Brexit is proof of how things can go wrong quick. Are these suggestions easy? No. It was never easy for Europe to find a common stride. It is no coincidence that Wilfried Martens titled his autobiography, Europe, I Struggle, I Overcome. This is the DNA of Europe, I think, a journey through struggle that leads to overcoming. While the younger generations have not experienced wars and destruction, we have strong memories from the stories of our ancestors. The grandparents of my generation were on the front lines of Second World War. Those who survived found a shattered continent and faced internal divisions. But through poverty and ruins, they laid the foundations for the longest period of peace and progress. The Use Your Vote campaign of the European elections aimed to remind us that the European Union's birth certificate came from the ruins of the Second World War. I could say the same campaign with the same message is now needed more than ever. We must learn from our past and turn this memory into fuel to move forward together. Europe has many things to be proud of. The organization of vaccination, the COVID certificate in which Greece had a leading role, This challenge we describe is a story of Greece over the last 15 years. The economic crisis of 2009, to a prolonged political crisis, the extremes rose and co-governed in 2015. We found ourselves one step before destruction, maybe even one step after. However, our institution endured. We remained in Europe, and the political came to the forefront who brought all this to fruition. Kyriakos Mitsotakis was elected president of New Democracy at 2016 and prime minister in Greece 2019. We and our party officials engage with society, respond to the concerns of the citizens, and offer realistic solutions. We started drawing strength from the belief that this land and all of us deserve better. We are building trust with citizens day by day through each initiative, maintaining clear positions and fostering a spirit of dialogue and cooperation. We were the first to acknowledge that the recent European election results were not what we wanted. However, thanks to this strong trust relationship, New Democracy remains the only stable point of reference of the political map of the country, with almost twice the percentage of the second party. And I'm closing. I assure that you, both within the country and the European Union level, we will prove that we have acknowledged the citizen message. More, faster, and deeper reforms that will add value to the daily lives of every citizen. I believe that, with our example, we will inspire the new European Union leadership and many other member states to follow the same path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, in fact, Greece is something of an outlier at the moment. Obviously, Greece had its own dalliance with an anti-mainstream party, an insurgent party, Syriza, which came to power in 2015, and it's moved back to the political center. And so, and actually, the results for New Democracy in the election were not too bad. There was something of a protest vote. The Prime Minister's taken that seriously and said that he will take notice, but it's a kind of different dynamic in Greece than in the rest of Europe. And I think the question that needs to be answered is what is driving this revolt, if we want to call it that, against the center. And everybody's talking about extremes, the far right, the hard right extreme. I don't think that is particularly helpful. There are parties and elements of parties that are of concern in many countries, but it's more that this is an expression of disaffection on the part of, the people have spoken and they don't like what they've been getting for the past few years. So is it not important to acknowledge this if we're going to come up with some solutions? I mean, how do you see, what is the driver of this disenchantment that we're seeing everywhere? And it's going to happen in Austria again and elsewhere.
But not only in Europe.
No, but we're talking about Europe.
But first of all, important to say this is not only a phenomenon in Europe, it's a phenomenon worldwide. So Trump is fishing in the same waters, I would say. But personally, I think it's a combination of three elements. First of all, the poly crisis that we are going through, what is new, what you have never seen in the past. Poly crisis is a combination from migration, first of all, badly managed in Europe, certainly because it has taken 15 years for the European Council to agree on a proposal of the Commission. And it's only when they skipped the condition of unanimity, it was not foreseen in the treaty even, that it was possible to reach an agreement on a package. We will see if this package is sufficient. But if for 15 years the Union, represented by the European Council, is not capable to find an agreement on migration, that's one of the drivers of this discontent. And a second is the problem with inequality. So our market economy or capitalist system has created, if we want it or not, in the US as in Europe, an inequality that is more important than it was in the past. We are returning to inequality levels as we have seen by the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 21st century, and that creates a second element of discontent, including, because of globalization, the loss of middle-class industrial jobs in our industry, and that they are replaced by low-paid, less protected platform jobs in our new economy. That's the second element of the cocktail. And then the third element of the cocktail were the mandatory policies that most governments, for good reasons, did during COVID. We created a sort of a refusal against masks, against mandatory vaccinations, against... so it's a cocktail of these three elements that explain that today, we're going to have a situation where in nearly half of the countries, mostly 1/3 of the countries in the European Union, we could end with right-wing parties. And what is clear also is these parties are not using Europe anymore. So if there was one positive thing of Brexit, that it was that since Brexit, even right-wing political parties in Europe don't say anymore, oh, we want the Dexit, Denmark going out, oh, we want the Nexit, the Dutch going out. So most people in Europe, after the Brexit, said, yeah, we are all so critical towards the European Union, but we are not so stupid as the Brits to go out. So that's mainly the sentiment in Europe. And that creates now a right-wing movement that is no longer aiming for an exit of the Union, but of the creation of a union of equal member states that have a loose cooperation and that will manage the world. And my point is that will not work, because what is not working today in the European Union is exactly that. It's the European Council that doesn't work. Commission makes proposals. Parliament approves it or amends it. And then they come in the Council and they are stuck there. And that will be worse in the future with the enlargement of the Union. If we go to 34, 35, 36 member states, can you imagine that we have still unanimity? That you have still a veto right? That you have a commission not of 27, but of 36 commissioners. We have already not enough competences for 27, but we will create 37 or 36 commissioners. So that is the question is, if we solve that, we can convince people to be pro-European. If we don't solve it, we continue with too little, too late policies that will strengthen right-wing political parties. That's the point. We are responsible for the success of right-wing political parties because we didn't create a European Union that works fast, effectively, and that creates a European demos, a European interest. Our sovereignty on a national level doesn't mean anything in the world of tomorrow if we don't do it together.
Thanks, Guy. Do you agree with that diagnosis? Also, it's not good policy to call voters stupid. All of us in the UK. I know you didn't mean it.
John, in the beginning of this discussion, you referred to the result of the European elections. And indeed, in the discussion, there's been a lot of focus on the rise of the far right. It has to do also with the campaigning. But in fact, if you look at the numbers, there's many dynamics there. First of all, it was the increase in the original numbers, the increase of the ECR, so the Conservatives, and ID, the more extreme, was less than the fall of the Greens. So that is the one fact. The second fact is that there was very strong protest vote, which you actually mentioned. Also, you can say that in France, so you know the vote from government to opposition, and then there is this shift to the right. But there are there's several dynamics there, but of course the discussion, especially because what is happening in France is very much focused on the rise of the right. But there are parallel dynamics happening at the same time.
Yeah, and there's considerable support on the left, as
exactly.
left in France and in other places, actually.
Because we speak about far right, but there's a possibility that in the European Parliament there is also the far left group, and especially look at the election result in Germany. That's the fact.
Yeah.
So it's not only the far right we have challenge of.
To finish up, because we are up against time as usual. We haven't gone over time yet for our half an hour, but let's talk about the future and what comes next. First of all, are we sure that von der Leyen is going to win the vote in the Parliament and be endorsed for a second term? How will this affect the Commission jobs? And policy, what does all this mean for policy? Does it mean that, green and climate policies are going to go on the back burner? What does it mean for enlargement to the Balkans and further east? These are big questions. So I just very short want to hear is there going to be gridlock? What's going to happen now and what's so, Pavlos?
We are waiting for the vote of the European Parliament. I think we will have a re-election of Ursula von der Leyen. Greece, within its Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, suggested the re-election of Ursula von der Leyen. I think about the future, we have three key words. The first one is respect. Respect to the decisions of citizens of Europe and to listen their messages. The second key word is solutions. Solutions for daily life problems of the people. Faster solutions. And the third one is balance. And a very clear example is the balance between the green climate agenda and common agricultural policy. I remember it was my first briefing to the journalists 1 year ago. I had to answer to a very strict, very angry, let's say, announcement from the left party of Europe against the European People's Party. And 1 year, 9 months after this announcement and my answer, it was my first answer, we had a very big problem for this issue. I think that we must stay focused on the balance of our policy.
Thank you, Tommy.
Yeah, I take the first question about von der Leyen. I'm optimistic shortly because of three reasons. First of all, in the European Council, I think the discussion was very short. EPP won, the name was there. Secondly, her reputation is strong in Europe, I would claim. But thirdly, and maybe Guy would know more, it's about the dynamics in the European Parliament. Because if you are MEP or a group who is against von der Leyen, then you have to think, okay, what comes next? If von der Leyen is taken down, which I don't think will happen, the next candidate will be still EPP, if you look at the composition of the council. And then, that means tabula rasa also in negotiation, because then, there will be so-called constitutional crisis, and there will be huge pressure for the second candidate to be approved. And that means that tabula rasa on the negotiations. And so everybody needs to then ask what I'm able to leverage on the negotiations in that situation. So I believe that she will be elected, but it will be, it will be maybe quite tight, but she will do it, I think.
But even if she's re-elected, she's still going to face a substantial bloc within the parliament that may be, hostile to some of the policies that.
Well, the stable majority is there. Liberals, Renew, Socialist, EPP, they have the majority. The question is, how disciplined they are. The main interesting question is the Greens, how they will act. They will act. Because in the previous elections, they always negotiated, but in the final moment, as he knows, they didn't vote. And now they want to be in the negotiation, that there's a certain skepticism. So that's very interesting, because indeed, John, as you said, it would be better to have they need broader support to get through. But I think she will do it.
Okay, thanks. Guy?
Yeah, I think it will be a very tight vote, because it was already tight the last time, with 8 votes. So 8 votes of majority, that means that 4 people are going to the opposite direction and you don't have anymore a majority. So it will be tight, but finally I think there will be a sort of responsible behavior of at least the 3 groups to say, yeah, otherwise we make the crisis in Europe even bigger. than it was now. So to create some minimum stability. But the condition will be for certainly a part of the MEPs of these three groups that von der Leyen is committing better, more concrete on the reform process of the Union. The big disappointment with her last 5 years was on that issue. To say, yeah, we will enlarge the Union, that's obvious. We have no other choice. For the stability of the continent, we need to go to put Western Balkan countries inside the Union, to put Moldavia, Ukraine inside the Union. That is our historical responsibility, I would say. But at the same time, it's also our responsibility to make this Union work. It doesn't work with unanimity decision-making. And so a number of these MEPs who are needed to have a majority will ask her to commit very clear points about this reform process. How are you going to deal with the new Commission? Will it be one of 37? No is the answer. Will you continue with veto right? No will be the answer. So there will be this commitment needed by her and also process. Parliament, in the previous Parliament, I was the rapporteur, did ask for a convention based on Article 48 of the treaties. Council didn't respond, and we got no backing at all from the Commission and from von der Leyen. That needs to be changed in the coming 5 years, otherwise she could lose the vote. And that would be a tragedy, because that will put the whole Union in a crisis. Despite that, there is a second point, there's defense union. We have to, fastest as possible, to have it in Europe. And a defense union is not against NATO, it's organizing the European pillar of NATO, as was the initial idea in the 40s. And you have to know that the European Defense Union was approved by the American Senate in the 50s to rolled out as the way to organize defense. Because you have to know, everybody is talking about we have to raise the money, military expenditures in Europe to 2% for every country. That's not the issue in Europe. The issue in Europe is that we spend more or less 35% of the Americans on defense. That is a staggering 260 billion. With the UK, it's even more than 300 billion. And that we are not capable to do 10% of the operations of the American army. Why? Because we duplicate everything. The biggest waste of money in Europe is defense. And the fastest we have a defense union, the fastest we will strengthen NATO, we will win the war against Russia, and we will in any way stabilize this continent. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We're 1 minute over, and that is the end of the session. Only 1 minute over, Nectaria. We've done very well, so thanks all of you. And I'm going to hand over now to Daniel. Have a photograph. Thank you. Thank you.
Only 1 minute.
Yeah.
It's a miracle.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Very good.
Oh, good idea. Yeah. Thank you very much, Joan, and we're going to go straight on to the next session. So if I could invite Paul Krugman, please, and Alexandros Exarchou, please, too. How are you? Very nice to see you. If you go. Okay. Welcome. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're delighted to welcome Paul Krugman and Alexandros Exarchou for this section on globalization in a fragmented world. We're going to start by hearing some open remarks from Professor Krugman. As you all know, Nobel laureate, very distinguished professor of economics, and also very well-known columnist and public intellectual in America. So
while our theme is globalization in a fragmented world, we may feel free to range a little bit wider than that today since so much is going on. But to start with, please do kick us off with some thoughts on this very troubled world we now live in.
Yeah, and if I can say, I'd rather prefer not to go out, but no, the globalization is one of the least unhappy subjects for me to talk about right now. But anyway, let's talk about where we are right now. A few points to make about globalization, global integration. First point to make is that the world is not flat. Apologies to my New York Times colleague, but there's no technological imperative that says that we have to have a tightly integrated global economy. Globalization does not have to move forwards. In fact, the world was a lot less globalized in 1950 than it had been in 1913. Political divisions, protectionism can very easily roll back the clock on globalization. We got a period of steadily falling barriers to international trade, increased a rules-based international order that left markets quite open. But that was not ever because economists won the argument. It's not the case that economists lectured politicians on David Ricardo and the virtues of free trade and convinced them. What happened instead was that we found mechanisms to harness special interests, to harness national security concerns in the interest of an open economy. And by we, I mean, at least initially, the United States, though increasingly over time, the EU became an important partner in that process. It was, if you like, the global order as it was, as to some extent still is, but may not last, is really one of enlightened mercantilism rather than a true commitment to free trade. That era is over. The only question is how hard the landing is. We are no longer, there are very unlikely to be any major new trade agreements. There's almost certainly going to be significant backsliding. There's going to be substantial economic nationalism, no matter what the political outcomes are in the near future, although how severe it will be depends a lot. Naturally, coming from where I do, I have a very U.S. focus, and God knows, and if anybody wants my views on the coming election, I abstain. I don't know anything that no one else, that lots of other people don't know better. But obviously, if it's a Trump victory, then the United States is going to turn the clock, not turn the clock back to 1950, but turn the clock back to the 19th century. We're going to just see a return of crude protectionism and a complete abdication of whatever role the United States has had in promoting globalization. However, even the Biden administration and Biden or some other Democrat holding the White House, what we're seeing is now a very significant shift towards a much more sophisticated form of economic nationalism. For pretty good reasons. That we have a lot of arguments here between Americans and, well, some economists, but particularly I find that Europeans kind of don't get it, don't understand why Biden, it doesn't, say comparative advantage is great, free trade is great, and just stop there. Well, there are actually really several good reasons for that. The first is that we learned a lot about the downsides of rapid globalization, or as I sometimes say, hyperglobalization and its discontents. What we failed to, we did have this very rapid growth in trade beginning in the 1980s, kind of stalling out around 2007. What we failed to appreciate, what I failed to appreciate, and I think almost everybody on the political scene failed to appreciate, was how disruptive that kind of rapid growth in trade can be. We focused a lot on what does it do to the overall level of inequality, what does it do to the Gini coefficient, and the answer was not much, but failed to see how disruptive it could be to individual communities. So if you ask what affected imports from China have on overall US wages is probably not a very big number. But that's not much consolation if you are someone who lives in a city in North Carolina that's devoted to the manufacture of furniture, and suddenly that industry disappears in the face of Chinese competition. And it turns out there was quite a lot of that. So the politics of trade turn out to be much more fraught than we realized, and that is really important. Any reasonable political leader needs to take that into account. Second thing is that there are things out there besides globalization, which arguably matter a lot more. So in the United States, one of the things that's at stake in this coming election is the United States has finally taken some real action on climate. It's not everything you'd want, it's not enough, but it's the first major move that we've made. And it's kind of a political miracle that we got even the climate policy we did. As you may know, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Holy Roman Empire of legislation, as in neither Holy nor Roman nor an empire. The Inflation Reduction Act had nothing to do with reducing inflation. It was primarily about promoting green energy. It passed the upper chamber, passed the US Senate by a margin of 0 votes. Tied vote carried by the vice president. It barely passed. And it was only possible to pass it because it contained a strong element of economic nationalism. It was only because there were a lot of Buy American provisions. And it will survive only because of those provisions, if it survives, because by the time that a future president says, oh, I want to get rid of this, by that time there will be battery factories in Georgia and electric car factories in Kentucky, and there will be interest groups there to defend the climate policy. And so that's just a realistic thing, something that has to be done. That's one major consideration. And in a way, it's in the same spirit as the way that we got this relatively open world order, which is that you don't yell at special interests and tell them that they should not be taken into account. We should only work for the common welfare. You try to harness special interest politics in the interest of the common good, and that's what we did. And if that does some damage to globalization, well, you don't want to be there 15 years from now and say, well, we cooked the planet, but we preserved the rules of the WTO, right? You have to do what you have to do. The last really important thing, I'd say the elephant in the room, but it's actually more the dragon in the room, is national security. Look, if we've, here in Europe, you certainly know even more than we do that the world has turned out to be a more dangerous place than we had ever, than we acknowledged. I don't think anyone a few years ago was thinking about large-scale conventional war as being something that would make a comeback, but it has. And the national security considerations are now loom really, really large in policy, not across the board. Nobody cares about national security for the footwear industry. But we do care about it for semiconductors, for advanced computing. And it is necessary to have policies that take that into account. I mean, arguably, we even waited too long. If you want to think about a real economic nightmare for the global economy, think about a Chinese invasion of Taiwan, just to be blunt. So much dependence on Taiwan-produced semiconductors. We're actually even legally kind of within our rights. If anybody actually ever reads the GATT, not recommended for light reading, but Article 21, at least as I read it, gives pretty much carte blanche to countries to do whatever they think is necessary to secure themselves, national security reasons. I'm taking a very US perspective, but the EU is, look, the EU is kind of, in many ways, the EU falls very short, as we just heard. You know, on defense issues, the EU doesn't nearly carry its weight. On trade issues, it more or less does. The EU does negotiate as a body on trade. In many ways, the EU and the United States are kind of co-equal partners on international trade. And the EU can play a role in managing this. We're going to have to move away from We're not going to have the same kind of blanket, globalization is good, let's foster it, that we had before. We'll be lucky if we can hold on to the kind of sophisticated economic nationalism that the current US administration is practicing. We can do this, it will help if we can kind of have an alliance to do so with friendly partners, and that very much includes the EU. If you want my vision of how we can make this work, it would be that we can maybe have a kind of reciprocity where things like subsidies that are motivated either by national security or by climate, that instead of being national, buy American, they can sort of be buy Western alliance, that they can be, that we can make a deal. But basically, if Europe can get itself together to have serious green policies, then the United States and Europe could make some reciprocity so that those policies serve special interests on both sides of the Atlantic. It's going to be very hard. And again, there's a very, very, very substantial risk that we're going to be turning into something much more primitive, that we're going to be in a world of all-out trade war. You know, I was going to say, you know, not 5 years from now, but maybe like 7 months from now. But hoping for the best, just realize that lecturing people about the importance of globalization and free trade is not good enough. You need to find a way to make this actually work in terms of the political economy. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Well, lots of interesting thoughts there. It won't surprise you that coming from The Economist, we argue for preach the gospel, if you like, of free trade.
You are an example of people who I think are well-meaning but not helpful.
Right. But I'm interested to know, in a way, what you're describing is a paucity of language, that we talk about globalization, but something much more complex is the way the world is moving. And it seems to me a question of where you draw the free trade areas around. Is it narrowly national, or is it something more inclusive among friends and so on? What sort of a world is this, do you think? Or how might it be described better than globalization or non-globalization, something in between?
Look, first of all, let me put, if we do this right, and that's, you know, we could be just doing very stupid, destructive things. But assuming that we have at least some sophistication, first of all, these considerations don't necessarily apply to everything. And in particular, if you want my greatest economic concern, it's that poor countries retain access to global markets. And for the most part, what poor countries need access for are not things that will be terribly relevant, either for climate or national security. If you think, I tend to think of Bangladesh. As people sometimes say, Bangladesh is not a banana republic, it's a pajama republic. Basically, its economy relies upon the export of labor-intensive apparel. There's no plausible national security or climate-related reason why the United States or the EU should have a nationalistic policy with regard to imports of apparel from Bangladesh. So we should be able to carve out of these concerns a large enough space for poor countries to make their way in the world. On the things that are more strategic, on the areas where you either need to be able to say to people, we're not just saving the planet, we're also creating jobs, or the places where you need to say, well, we are, you know, building a bulwark against autocratic regimes, you have some combination of friendshoring and nearshoring. Friendshoring is really what I'm talking about with possible deals between the US and the EU. The democratic world, of which I hope my country is still a part a few months from now, can kind of get together and say we're going to try to and help each other on security. And nearshoring, there's just a lot less risk. The fact of the matter is that a strategic goods, semiconductors, whatever else, strategic goods produced in Monterrey, Mexico, are less at risk than strategic goods produced in Taiwan, or worse yet, in Shenzhen. So that there's a range of things. It's not simple national boundaries, or we hope it's not. That's a kind of worst case scenario. But it does mean a lot less of this kind of flat world where it doesn't matter where things are produced.
So one more question, and I want to get your perspective. there's a lot of talk, and you've alluded to it, of the difference that an election might make. But in some respects, there's been quite remarkable continuity in the trade policies between the Biden administration and the previous Trump administration. Very tough on China. They almost outdo each other to try. You could describe perhaps the Biden administration as being more efficient, more effective restrictions on China than the sort of more scattergun policy of the Trump administration. Tariffs are not going away, even under a Biden too. So how much is difference narrowly on trade policy do you think there would be, depending on who wins the election?
Oh, enormous difference, because although it's true that Biden has preserved the Trump tariffs, that's for the most part is political. To be seen as being soft on China or to be easily accused of it would be political poison. You just can't. We live in that world. In some important ways, the Biden administration has been much tougher on China than Trump ever was. Because it's not motivated by concern about the bilateral trade deficit. It's about strategic industries, and there's pretty harsh policies trying to at least impede China's ability to move into more advanced technologies. Almost very close to an undeclared war over technology. But that's where the Biden administration is going. If Trump comes back, first of all, he wants, his sort of starting proposal was a 10% tariff across the board around the country and 50% on China, which itself would be a huge thing. But now he's talking about much more. He's talking about replacing income taxes with tariffs. All right, and that's aside from other things, it turns out to be mathematically impossible. It can't be done. But any significant move in that direction would be a huge increase in tariff rates. And just in general, we really are talking about the difference between an administration that has said, okay, we need to be a lot tougher and a lot more strategic, and we also need to think a lot more about the political economy of what we do than in the past, and an administration that would really be absolutely crude protectionism. I mean, bear in mind that if Trump is returned to office, the person who will probably be directing U.S. trade strategy is currently in prison, and when Peter Navarro comes back, it's going to be hell on wheels.
Okay, hell on wheels, that's a strong phrase. Let's come to perhaps a more cheerful perspective to you, Mr. Exarchou. With the legacy of the Greek crisis, and things are much, much different now in Greece, but how much does that history of what Greece has lived through affect the outlook today, and both in Greece and in Europe?
Well, the Greek crisis should have taught us a lot. And I think Greek people learn a lot out of this crisis, as well as other states, member states of the European Union towards the south. What we've learned is that when things are getting difficult, we are alone. What we learn is that although we have a common currency, when things get really tight, we have to protect ourselves by suffering. What Greek people managed to do, in my opinion, financially is unprecedented. It managed to avoid bankruptcy with the strongest currency in the world, with a huge debt that at that time seemed to be impossible to consider to be able to repay it ever. And we recovered from disaster mainly because the average Greek person accepted to suffer and to assume what was otherwise a private debt, accept to be a public debt and pay it from his pocket. However, what I'm particularly worried of is that the European Union as a union didn't learn enough from what has happened. We see a situation and we call it a crisis because right-wing parties in Europe are getting significant support from voters. But we don't look why this is so. In my opinion, this is the biggest problem that Europe is facing currently. There is a huge disassociation of the agenda of Brussels with the average person. I was talking to a friend of mine, a farmer here in Greece, that was attempting to build a small renewable park, very small. And he told me something that really shocked me. I thought of it later, and I said, maybe he's right. He said, we are governed in practice by people that prefer to protect the European wolf, the European bear, but forget the fact that I'm unable to survive with what I'm producing. They give to the government no tools to protect me, and when I am unprotected, I'm looking at people that don't understand anything of my livelihood. The disassociation of the agenda of European Union currently with the average person in Europe is what creates what we called Euroscepticism. And that's a huge risk in my opinion, because if we go back to the creation of European Union, it's a union created really to protect peace. And that was the initial intention of creating the single market and then the European Union. We reached a stage where European states accepted to pass some part of their sovereignty to Brussels. And Brussels needs to understand that unless they speak to the average person, unless they accept to go down a little bit and understand the needs of the average people, and eventually what they called Euroscepticism will be what happened in Britain, exit from Europe. And that is not something that anyone wants. European Union, in my opinion, is the only way forward for the continent. However, we cannot regulate every single activity of economy to the extent that Brazil is doing currently, without actually deciding to spend, to produce something in Europe, which is cheaper and competitive around the world. Most European projects are the most expensive around the globe, and we do nothing about that. We are getting expensive by the day. We are asking our people, our citizens in Europe, to pay the most expensive products ever, and we at the same time allow to import in Europe goods from countries that they act currently to human rights, contrary to human rights. It's okay to import goods that they are cheap from there, but we cannot export cheap goods anywhere in the world. We talk about AI, we regulate AI, we are spending thousands of days and man-hours to regulate AI, but we do not invest in AI. Americans do, other countries do, but not Europe. Unless Europe, which in my opinion is getting very old in mentality, unless it really reassess the whole arrangement, decides what exactly it is, whether it's a federation state or something else, and attempts to have a real close relationship with the average citizen in Europe, then what is currently happening in member states, right-wing, Euroscepticism, and all the rest, will eventually jeopardize the whole project of European Union.
So, Paul Krugman, when you hear that, do you see parallels with some of the political momentum in America and some of the fears in America of openness to the world that are potentially undermining the national economy?
Oh, sure. I mean, although there are big differences in history, and so U.S. politics is dominated by, in part, by a history that Europe does not have, the history of slavery. And if you look at the political lines in the United States and look at a map of the Civil War in 1861, they're the same. So that is a difference, but the same things. The backlash against immigration is common. There's a lot of commonality between the MAGA movement in the United States and the right-wing parties within Europe. Although I just wrote in today's New York Times that for what it's worth, the European right is less hypocritical than the U.S. right, because the U.S. preaches populism while simultaneously doing everything it can to hurt workers and enrich plutocrats. But still, and just look, the general sense that of many people that elites don't care about them or don't understand, that is common. In some cases, I think it's quite unfair, probably because I'm at some level part of the elite myself, but it's nonetheless something that needs to be addressed. And it's actually looking at the situation. We just had the elections in France. Looking at the various indicators, both of economic performance and of public opinion, the parallels between France and the United States are almost eerie. France hasn't had as much GDP growth, but it's actually had excellent employment growth under Macron. Inflation, there was a burst of inflation that's gone away, and yet consumer sentiment remains persistently depressed. And I could substitute Biden for Macron and the United States for France, and it would all be the same story.
Slightly younger in Macron's case than
yeah,
Biden.
Doesn't seem to have helped him much. No. But yes, no, that's true. I mean, but that's I have to say that it's not clear that there are many things going on here. It's not simply globalization. There is something about that burst of inflation certainly did a lot to, even though it was temporary, even though it was arguably what we should have done economically, did a lot to discredit elites, did a lot to rattle people's confidence. And just in general, if I had to say if there was an overarching story of the past almost 20 years now, it is that the public doesn't trust sophisticated elites in the way it used to, no longer believes that they know what they're doing, which is a fair assessment, because look at the financial crisis, look at the euro crisis, look at pandemic is a little bit funny, but still, we need to do a lot more, which is, in a way, comes back to where I was, that it's lecturing people on, here's what good economic theory says we should be doing, here's what the logic of globalization says we should be doing. That doesn't work. You need to find a way to actually sell people on the idea that this leads to better lives for them.
So let's talk about the art of the practically possible, because there's clearly somewhat of a disconnect between the theory and the practice and what works. So, Mr. Exarchou, what would you recommend? I mean, you listed complaints about the lack of understanding of the ordinary people and of the unfair competition. I think would be a fair way that you described the challenge that many Greek industries face. What would you do about it?
The question is not what I would do about it. The question is what is the character that Europe wants to present to the world? I mean, US, for instance, is a federation. It's a state. It has one single currency. Every state within the federation is protected by the same currency. So when you have the tools to protect your economy at the federal level, you do. Europe doesn't. If for instance, exports need to be subsidized from one state, member state, but it's not allowed. I'm not saying that it should be allowed. I'm not saying that at the federation level, subsidies should not be controlled. Of course it should, but on a federation level, which protects everything. I mean, the needs of one country needs to be somehow regulated centrally. So Europe, in my opinion, needs to address a very important issue. Whether it is simply a common market or a federal state. This discussion should start, and I heard earlier someone of the speakers saying we need a new treaty. Of course we do, if we want to create a federal state of Europe. Otherwise, we need to reassess a lot of things. Because if the Greek state, for instance, is left alone at the time of crisis, without any tools to protect its currency, without any tools to protect its people, eventually the experiment will fail. So in my opinion, we can talk of a number of political or financial mechanisms, but the important thing is to decide what type of Europe we want. And clearly, we need to find a way to make Europe competitive again. It is not currently, and the way it goes, it loses competitiveness by the day. Europe needs to reassess its character and again obtain a real focus as to what it wants to be. We have a war in Ukraine, and we have been unable, due to lack of leadership, in my humble opinion, to react to this war because of different interests, I would say, from different member states. 15 years we're talking about immigration, we have not managed to find one single united way to solve this immigration problem. The US has done it. I mean, there are examples in the world that federal states have reacted to what we consider now for 15 years to be one of the biggest problems in Europe. But Europe doesn't have the leadership, in my opinion, to face this. So what I would do, I would readdress the question, what type of Europe the member states want.
But that could take quite a long time for Europe to decide what it wants to be. It's been grappling with that question for many, many years. So in the more immediate future, what would be your priorities for Europe to address the issues that you've outlined?
At the immediate level, we have the Greek example, in my opinion. We have a stable government in the last few years that really tackled the problems to the extent it could in a very interesting way. It created the perception that Greece had changed completely. To some extent, it's correct. But it is not possible of any member state to solve the problem that comes from Brussels, in my opinion. And what you see now, politically, is an unsolvable problem. That's why I'm particularly not optimistic of the future of Europe. I understand that changing or creating a new treaty is not easy. It takes time. It shouldn't, because we are facing serious problems at the borders of Europe. The war in Ukraine is a huge example. And another one is the war very close to us, which is in Israel. We are unable to react to this, and we are unable also to react to competitive attempts coming from China. You see, I was reading recently a very, very interesting example of protectionism coming from China. The cars, the electric cars of the Chinese cars. You see, when the risk comes to the core of Northern European interests, European Union reacts. So immediately they increase tariffs to protect the European automobile industry from cars coming from China. This type of protectionism at the European level, in my opinion, should be developed and should be discussed in a way utterly different from what is happening now, the veto rights. Veto right means that no one is able to get the decision. Is the solution to waive the veto right? But waiving the veto right is a waiver of sovereignty. This type of problems that are not tackled at all at this level, in my opinion, create an unsolvable problem, which is we don't know if we are Greeks or Europeans.
So, Paul Krugman, it seems to me that to some extent, people looking at the other parts of the world, whether it's Europe looking at America or America looking at Europe, can sometimes see, I'm desperately looking for optimism here, but we've just heard that someone thinks that the American problem of immigration has been solved, but I'm not sure that's how it looks within the United States, where it's a very hot election issue as well. But if you look outside towards Europe, are there things that we're missing here in Europe that actually seem to you to be going better than we Europeans realize?
Oh, let me take the particular example of Ukraine, where it's a mixed picture, but there's a widespread impression in the United States that the U.S. is bearing the burden of supporting Ukraine alone, which is absolutely wrong. If you look at the dollar totals of aid or euro totals of aid, Europe has been a substantially bigger supporter of Ukraine than the United States has. There's a lot more money flowing from Europe to Ukraine. What there aren't flowing in sufficient numbers is arms, because the European defense industries are underdeveloped. Europe has neglected that. So the United States is critical on the military side, but Europe has risen to the occasion in terms of financial aid much more than people realize. It's actually one of the really good things. Now, what it has not risen to is sanctions. It's a real scandal just how many European goods are mysteriously being sold to Kyrgyzstan and so on, and obviously not stopping there. So, but Europe has actually been better on foreign policy right now than I think most people imagine. It's still. Let's just say that despite everything, despite all of the negatives, the European begins with the coal and steel community. The European moves towards the European Union were about peace within Europe, and so far that has held. There are things. It's still inconceivable. You know, for a long time, wars between France and Germany were something that happened every few decades, and no one thinks of that as a possibility anymore. So there's a lot to be said, and let me also say that when it comes to, despite everything, when it comes to actually delivering a relatively decent quality of life to large numbers of people, Europe is still the place in the world. I mean, per capita GDP is lower than it is in the United States. Technology may be lagging a bit, but on the other hand, a lot of the difference in per capita GDP is because Europeans take vacations, which Americans don't. Certainly a very important part of the quality of life is actually not being dead. And the fact that we've got a sort of 4-year difference in life expectancy between Europe and the United States is an indication either that Europe is doing something right or that we are doing something wrong. So no, if I had to pick, you know, the kind of a Rawls thing, pick a part of the world, not knowing who you would be, a part of the world to be born into, I would pick Europe over the United States, because despite everything, Europe has produced the most decent societies the world has ever seen.
I think that's probably a suitable place to end this on. Thank you for that note of optimism.
Okay.
The place to be born is Europe. You heard it, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, and I'm going to hand over to Alistair for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Well, you may be hoping for a little light relief after what's been quite a heavy morning. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you, because the title of our next session is The Next Steps to Save the Planet. Is it too late? I hope over the course of the next half hour or so, we'll be able to offer you some bright spots, though. And to join me to start that process off, I'd like to invite Sir Alok Sharma up to the stage, President for COP26. Sir Alok, please come and join me. Pleasure to meet you. If you'd like to take a seat. So it's a fairly dramatic title we've been given. I'll allow you to take it however you want, but I do hope you're going to cheer us up a little bit, at least.
Well, thank you, Alistair, for that. I don't know whether I'm going to cheer you up, but let me have a go. But I just want to take you back to 2.5 years ago when we were in Glasgow. And the world was facing very many challenges, and countries had many differences, but we did manage to come together and forge the Glasgow Climate Pact amongst almost 200 countries. And I think the reason that countries did this is because, firstly, they understood it was in their collective self-interest. They saw the impact of climate on infrastructure, lives, livelihoods in their own countries. Secondly, I think countries have recognized that climate change doesn't recognize borders. And thirdly, that the cost of inaction is way greater than the cost of taking action now. So kind of what do we get over the line at that point? What did the world agree? Well, we managed to go from less than 30% of the world economy covered by a net zero target to over 90%. We got more finance committed from developed countries to help developing nations. And for the first time in 26 of these annual meetings, we managed to get agreement for countries to phase down the use of coal. And it's pretty remarkable that we didn't get there earlier, given that 75% of all global emissions are energy related. And the International Energy Agency did a sort of tot-up of all the commitments, and said that if they're all delivered, and this is the big if they're all delivered, we're heading towards a 1.8 degree world. Now, right now, we're at 1.2 degrees global warming above pre-industrial levels. And I think, you know, in this country, across Europe, across the world, people can see exactly what that means. So 1.8, I'm afraid, is going to be a terrible outcome for millions of people. But nevertheless, and this is the positive bit, is that we have managed to bend the curve downwards in terms of temperature. So before the Paris Agreement came into force, the scientists were telling us we were heading towards 4 degrees, post-Paris 3 degrees, and post-Glasgow less than 2 degrees. But you know, it's still a pretty terrible outcome, and that's why I've always said that what we got over the line at Glasgow was a fragile win. We went through COP27, COP28. The world agreed to transition away from fossil fuels in energy systems. And actually, if this actually is delivered, I do think it spells the beginning of the end of the fossil fuel era. But I mean, those are the commitments, and of course it's challenging to get countries to make commitments. The other is, how do you get them to actually deliver? So what is the state of the planet right now? Well, I don't need to tell you that last year was the hottest year on record. This year, I think it's heading towards the hottest year on record. We breached the 1.5 degree limit temporarily for the first time in 12 months. And frankly, unless countries are prepared to act and basically cut emissions by over 40% over the next few years up to 2030, we're going to crash through the limits that we have set for ourselves. Now, again, the sort of positive bit in all of this is that there has been some progress in terms of green transition. So you are seeing progress when it comes to electric vehicles, clean energy. But frankly, a lot more needs to be done. And I think one of the questions is, what do governments and businesses need to do? Well, very practically, countries need to be doing a lot more in terms of investing in their grids to allow renewables to be connected. We need to make sure that we've got planning regulations which are being speeded up. We need to make sure that people are being trained up for the jobs that are needed in the green transition and in the green economy. And really importantly, we need to make sure that the private sector and governments together are incentivizing people to take new infrastructure near them. And this is one of the sort of big issues that is faced in many countries. And the final piece on this is on finance. We just need to get a lot more finance flowing. So I think in conclusion, what I would say is that world leaders are facing very many challenges out there. We've heard about the ongoing war in Ukraine. We've got conflict still in the Middle East. We've got trade tariffs coming in between the West and China. All of that leaders are having to think about. We've also, as we've discussed over today, have had elections taking place, more will come, and that is creating its own challenges in terms of the outcomes of those elections. And of course, we've got the US presidential election coming up in a few months. And look, I mean, if Mr. Trump is re-elected, there is a likelihood that he will walk away again from the Paris Agreement. He will take the US away again from the front line of the fight against climate change. And these are issues that certainly in Europe we should be thinking a lot about. How do we react to that if that actually happens? And so for me, I think the challenge for world leaders, for actually all of us here, is that how do we ensure that we're injecting urgency into this debate and actually getting world leaders to treat the global warming as actually a climate emergency, which it actually is.
You've raised a lot of themes there, but one of the ones I'm interested in is I mean, you've asked a question, how do we keep the momentum up? How do we give this sense of urgency? But against that, we have, I think, we can see at the moment at the popular level, at the public level, if anything, a backlash, if anything, some backsliding and some shifting, a reversal in people's attitudes to this. How big a problem is that, and what can we do about it?
So look, I mean, this is one of the things I always talk to governments and business about, is that if you want to decarbonize your economy, you're going to have a lot more renewables, and the world's got together and agreed we'll triple the amount of renewables. Well, you're not going to be able to connect those renewables unless you actually have a grid that functions, and that means more pylons in very practical terms, more overhead wires, more onshore wind. And I think the way you do this is that you incentivize local communities. It's something that in the UK in the last year, I worked with the government to overturn the de facto ban on onshore wind. But the other side of it has been to make sure that communities see real incentives. So, for instance, lowering of their bills if they take infrastructure. And I think this goes back to the point that there need to be a lot more carrots than sticks. And that is partly the perception right now, not just individuals, but also businesses.
Part of the problem with that, of course, is the phasing. So the carrots generally come along a little later than the sticks. You have to put an awful lot of money in. You have to ask for a lot of sacrifice from people before they can expect to start to see real benefits in terms of prices coming down. Well, is that not the case?
I think there's an element of that, but actually the carrots can come up front. I mean, if you have a look at some of the technologies that, we talk in grand terms about technologies and green technologies, but actually this needs people to be buying more electric vehicles. for them to install heat pumps. There are incentives that are available in countries across the world, in the UK, to get people, for instance, to install heat pumps. So those incentives are there. It's also making sure that people understand that the incentive is there. And the other side of this is that, very practically, you're going to have to make sure that industry is training people up to do the jobs that are needed to deliver more heat pump installations, as an example.
Okay, sorry to do this to you, but I want you to be very brief on a very complicated question, a very difficult question to answer, which is, you already touched on the possibility, the probability that we're going to see a second Trump term in the United States. And you've talked about how difficult that could make things. Can you go into a little bit more detail, but specifically on how Europe should be preparing to confront that possibility in the climate space?
Yeah. So I think there are two aspects to this. One is what a future Trump presidency does internationally. I think, as I said, there's a likelihood they will pull out of the Paris Agreement. And so I think the question on that side that Europe needs to be thinking about is that how will we take the leadership? Who is going to have that conversation with China, for instance, if the US decides to walk away from the top table on the fight against climate change? Domestically, I think it's a little bit more nuanced, which is that Trump has talked about going back with the Inflation Reduction Act. He's talked about stopping offshore wind projects on day one. The reality is a lot of money from the Inflation Reduction Act is going to Republican states. You may see some rebadging. I don't think overnight the flows of cash from the IRA are going to disappear. But actually, this is also presenting an opportunity for Europe. I mean, I was at the World Bank Spring Meetings, and I met folks in US industries, in the clean energy industries, who are really worried about the uncertainty that they will face. Actually, if the US doesn't want to invest in green tech, well, come to Europe. Come to Europe.
Okay, thank you very much for that. We're going to move on. I want you to stay with us if you can. We're going to invite our next three panelists up to join us, to join this conversation. And I hope that this is going to take things in possibly a more positive direction. Let's see. We're looking at the young generation's achievement in the battle for a sustainable future. We can sit up here all day and talk about these things, but there's a generation that's going to take over the role of leading this battle, and we're about to test them and see how much hope we can have in their potential. So let me invite up to join us on the stage Maria Corda, who is she's the Gymnasium Deputy Director at the Pierce, the American College of Greece. Please come and join us. But also, and I'm very pleased to be able to invite up two of the prize winners from the Siwache team, the winners of the Pan-European competition for a future league of Science on Stage Europe, who have come up with an intriguing device that we'll have a look at a little bit later on. So please come and join us, Daphne Sideraki, who's the team captain from the Model High School of Heraklion in Crete, and Konstantinos Kanakoudis, who is the robotics expert at the Anatolia College of Thessaloniki. Thank you very much.
This is for you. It's
okay.
a small model from our submarine and a little flyer with information.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you
so much. Thank you.
Please take a seat. Maria, can I hand over to you first of all? Give us your thoughts, please. You've heard what Lord Sharma Sir Sharma has told us, so let's hear your views, please.
So, good evening. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be among you today in order to share with you my views and good practices on sustainable education. So, I will start with my opening remarks in Greek. Αυτό που θέλουμε είναι να πάμε να δούμε μαζί σήμερα πώς...
What we would like is to see how a modern school and a new generation who are nurtured in that can contribute to a more sustainable future. We believe that effective education is the timely education that does not follow developments but creates developments. A good school today is the school of today and tomorrow. That school that helps children, teaches them the skills and ethics necessary to help them in the future deal with the challenges ahead and take advantage of the opportunities, finding always sustainable solutions. Today, the stakes are two. On the one hand, the 17 goals, development goals, and technological developments that are quite fast. Schools need to bring them together. How can schools do that? In reality, bringing technology close to the 17 goals. Introducing technology and mechanics in the already lessons taught. STEM is an answer to that, a new approach, a new culture that involves experientially students and thus assures technological literacy. And in peers, American College of Greece have introduced STEM education at all levels, starting from primary school and kindergarten. Our children, based on experience, participate in projects concerning recycling. We have a garden and they cook. So they adopt from early on sustainable skills and habits. In high schools, our students participate in groups that are involved in which STEMs involves STEM and sustainability, robotics, nuclear physics, astrophysics and astronomy, engineering, inventions, and via these groups, they participate in Panhellenic and global competitions. WRO, for example, a race car challenge, Diamond Challenge of MIT, where they present and excel for their innovative ideas became practice. I will mention some examples. The Ergenix wind turbine, a power bot that collects energy from the wind, sun, and water and turns it into electricity. A solar car, an endless energy tree, a wooden artificial tree. A virtual enterprise, live print, a community that connected people under one purpose. During the pandemic, we created masks for hospitals, and quite recently, this summer, our high school kids will attend the latest developments in neuroscience via STEM in the University of South Carolina. We have also summer courses linked to STEM education, the Peers Leadership Academy in that framework. And where do these all things happen? In our hub lab and maker stage, based on this culture, learning by doing and hands-on, and take place in campuses that are friendly towards environment. we promote sustainability in our college, and we promote that through research. I would like to end by saying that our generation is an optimistic generation, interested in its future, worries about the planet, and practically they undertake projects in order to protect the planet. They bring innovative ideas to make the planet sustainable. Our challenge as adults, either educators or parents, is to continue to inspire them, to give a vision for the future and incentives to dream. On how optimistic the new generation will be, it's our own work and responsibility. Let's do it with a smile and open arms.
We can attempt to inspire the generation of the future. We can also hope that they can inspire us. I think there's opportunity for that, and I think we're going to find out if that's the case in a second. Before I move on to our two other panel members, I should mention that you are two of a team of 6, and the other 4 are with us in the room somewhere out there. They are Anthi Cosma, who's from the Model High School of Heraklion in Crete, Nefeli Archou and Faedra Archou, and Alexandros Petrakis, who are from the Musical School of Heraklion in Crete. So all 6 of you are very welcome. Before I move on to open the floor to you, I think we should have a look at the video because it can explain better than I can what you've been working on. So could we play the video, please?
Das ist unser Projekt für nachhaltige Entwicklung.
Zeewahe is a low-cost, zero-maintenance submarine with a small water camera connected to a laptop via USB cable, a set of sensors and a water pump. While underwater, it collects water samples and environmental data in order to assess them later in the lab to find possible water contamination and the presence of nutrients needed for seaweed agriculture. Images acquired by Zeewahe can also be processed to make estimations of fish populations in the area.
We're farming using the most unusual field, all available water bodies.
It empowers human economics in coastal areas.
We are farming seaweed for biofuel, food and medicine.
Don't forget cosmetics. And sushi.
It is freshly introduced in Europe and we wish to speed up the process.
It can also absorb carbon dioxide, so we're fighting climate change at the same time.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. A fascinating piece of equipment. And one of the things that strikes me continuously in this whole discussion is that we talk a lot about public policy. We talk a lot about attitudes out there in the public, and there's a lot of noise about protest on either side. But in the background of all of this, there's a tremendous amount of work happening at every level. And at your level, clearly, there's a lot of focus and a lot of innovation. So that's great news. So let me hand over to you first, Daphne. Give us your thoughts, please. And first of all, apologies. It's Zeewahe. I knew I was pronouncing it incorrectly, but I didn't know how. And your project is called Zeewahe.
Yeah, our project is called Zeewahe.
Okay.
So we decided we will speak together, do like a little presentation. Honorable Mr. President, Mr. Director, ladies and gentlemen. I am Daphne Sideraki, a first grade student of the Model General Lyceum of Heraklion, and I am the team captain of Curiosity, which presented the project Zevahe at the sustainability competition Future League from the non-profitable organization Science States Europe in Berlin in November of 2023. Thank you very much for having us here today. It was a very honorable invitation.
I am Konstantinos Kanakoulis, also a first grade student, and I am studying at Anatolia American College in Thessaloniki.
I don't think we can hear you. Your mic may not be connected. Can we get the mic turned up? Give it another go. Yeah, try again.
Okay. I am Konstantinos Kanakoulis, also a first grade student, and I am studying at the Anatolia American College in Thessaloniki. I am at Daphne and the rest team during the annual ACSTAC conference organized by my school, where we found common ideas and visions, so our cooperation was one way. For our project, we developed a small underwater drone, of which I was responsible for electronics and parts and programming.
To enter the competition, we had to meet one or more of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by the United Nations. And while STEM education is closely related with quality education, which is one of the goals, we decided we will start by addressing the most challenging ones that were eradicating poverty and hunger in the world.
Many days and weeks passed without brainstorming among us being productive. We read many articles and talked to several people. And one of our first ideas came by chance when one of our team members opened a bag of seaweed chips and started munching on them. And while seaweed is presented in the very popular sushi, most forms of it are not considered sustainable and we avoid them.
At the same time, in Crete, we were looking for our old projects in the storage room of the laboratory. The projects that started just before the quarantine and were abruptly stopped. We found a small submarine that he started in collaboration with Eugenides Foundation, and then everything was connected. We started by designing from scratch and developing a very low-cost submarine that would investigate suitable conditions for seaweed farming that was primarily for human consumption.
This research is being carried out in different stages under the supervision of experts, scientists, and at this point I take the opportunity to thank the Hellenic Crete Marine Research and the Crete Aquarium for unreserved help even outside working hours.
Because the idea of consuming seaweed might seem a bit strange, I will mention here that in Crete, in the region of Chania, such a salad is consumed, and it is believed that in ancient times it was a gift from the gods due to its very high nutritional value. Also, the use of seaweed as animal feed reduces to a minimum the production of greenhouse gases in the digestive system of farm animals.
Our concept addresses issues such as reducing inequalities, empowering women in the business and social sectors, economic development of communities, addresses climate change, health and well-being of people, protecting natural wealth. To use the ocean and cultivation addresses the reduction of arable land due to the soil salinization caused by water over obstruction and seawater intrusion into the aquifer and sea level rise, and aims to empower women in coastal areas affected by climate change.
In general, we believe in a sustainable development based on maintaining a strong industry that creates new job opportunities while staying friendly towards humans and the environment. We were lucky enough to attract the interest and the financial support of such a company that started in Crete and is now multinational. So, after the first place in the European competition, we aim even higher. They encourage us to dream even more. Now, the goal is to see the Greek flag waving in the global competition for sustainability and for remotely operated vehicles that will take place next year in America.
So in this place, I take the opportunity to say that thank you all for bringing us here, for welcoming, and for listening us so attentively. Thank you.
Thank you. So you've told us a little bit about what comes next for the team. What happens to this product, this mini submarine? Is that the end for this, or do you take it forward?
Recently, we have participated in the 6th studental competition for AI, and we participated with Zevahe. We added a small Husky lens camera which has an AI program integrated in order to see if seaweed is contaminated or not, and to check the population and the species of the fish in the area to see if the conditions are suitable for farming. So we keep developing the project, and we try to make it better every day.
I'm looking forward to my seafood rissoles, my seaweed rissoles on the shelves in my local supermarket, which no doubt will happen before we know it. Speaking about the future, clearly you're already heavily involved in innovation in this area, but let's give it 10 years and you'll probably be somewhere established as professionals somewhere in this field. So we've got 10 years to sort something out for you guys so that when you get to that point, you're ready to move things on. What would you like to see? What would your priority be? What would you most like to see happen in those 10 years in terms of progress towards a more sustainable climate?
We would like to find a way so we could fix the problem with the climate change and find some solutions for it with the help of the AI, because in these days we have many tools that we could use and find many ways to solve our problems.
Definitely.
In my opinion, I think that this generation have done a lot concerning climate action, and I think that the world is better than it could be. I think it's not that bad if, for example, in the past, experts haven't took measures against climate action or climate change, or inequalities, for example. But I think that we should see more that unions, organizations, nations work together to solve the problems the world has right now. And I think that would be great to emphasize on it more.
Great. So Alok, I want to come back to you. You've sort of been given your marching orders a little, I think, from the younger generation, but I wonder whether the COP framework is adequate. Is it the right framework? Have we lighted on the correct structure for our global response to this global problem? Or would you like to see changes in that structure?
Well, look, firstly, can I just say how inspiring what you're doing is? Because, I mean, you guys are the future and you are actively working on finding solutions, which is great. In terms of COP process, I've thought a lot about this, Alistair, whether there are better ways of doing it. But the reality is that, however difficult and challenging and frustrating these UN processes are, that's what we've got. That's how you get 200 countries together. So I think we need to keep plowing on. But just one point I want to make on technology here, which is that, and this is the positive bit. You wanted me to start with positive. Maybe I end with positive. But just say that what the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has said is that we already have the technology which exists right now to make sure that we get back on track to keep temperatures below 1.5 degrees on average. The question is deploying it fast enough. And that's what we need to see over the next 6 years, rapid deployment of the technologies we have, particularly renewables.
Great. Well, I think generally speaking, we've come to a positive and optimistic conclusion, largely with thanks to the people who are going to take over and make sure this all gets sorted out. So please, I'm going to hand back to Joan, but before I do, please join me in thanking our panel. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thanks. It was a pleasure to meet you. Best of luck. Thanks very much. Thanks a lot. Nice to meet you.
Where are you sitting?
Over here.
Thank you, Alistair. We're going to move straight on to the next session where we're talking about geopolitics, war, and peace. I'm going to invite our panelists to join me now on the stage. First of all, I'd like to welcome Yorgos Yerapetritis, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece. Welcome, Minister.
It's an honor.
Please have a seat. Kristina Gerasimov, Deputy Prime Minister for European Integration of Moldova. Welcome. She's coming. She'll join us in a minute. And we're also, just to say, we're going to be joined. Welcome. We're going to be joined by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine via connection. Dmytro Kuleba is presently speaking with the President of Ukraine, Viktor Zelensky, and will join us in a few moments. So I'm going to hand straight over to you, Minister, to kick off our discussions.
First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for this very honorable invitation. It's a great pleasure, a great honor to be here amongst all those distinguished people and speakers. And I'm looking forward to hearing ideas about how Greece, how Europe, and how the globe is going towards the future, which is not an easy foresighting, we have to say. Thank you so much. I don't know, should I speak in English or in Greek or both?
Your preference.
What is your preference? Greek? Who wants Greek?
Yeah,
Greek.
let's have a vote. Everybody's too polite to say.
Okay, 0. If you don't raise your hand, then I speak in Greek.
You speak in Greek.
Or in Chinese.
Speak in Greek.
Okay.
So, once again, I'd like to thank you for this really honoring invitation. And I'm looking forward to listening to what all panelists have to say in order to draw conclusions about Greece, Europe, and the globe. I'm really honored to be part of this panel, representing, together with representatives of two countries which lie at the core of European interest as we speak, Moldova and Ukraine. June 25th was the date when they both started their course towards the European family. It has been a great moment for Europe. And I think that apart from the message that we should emit that Europe is a single entity based on principles and values, we also have to emit another message, a message of unity, of future prospect for these people. What's important is what binds us together. And what binds us together is our vision for a Europe of peace and prosperity and our values. Allow me to say a few words with respect to how I perceive the course of Europe in the global landscape, and of course, how the Greek foreign policy develops. Now, as for the global diplomacy, I'd like to say that there are two characteristics which are of major importance in the current conjuncture. All phenomena that are currently being developed across the globe are the following. A, the super-territoriality. I'm talking about the multiplying effect for other geographical areas or for other effects, for other phenomena. And the second characteristic is the lack of symmetry, the asymmetry, which means that it's difficult to foresee, to foretell what how things might evolve. It's very easy to see that. Let's see what happens with the issue of climate crisis. Scientists say that floods, like the one we had in Thessaly during the Daniel phenomenon, may occur once every 400 years. And we experienced such a phenomenon twice within 3 years. You understand the rate, the scale of change. And for someone who wants to carry out a kind of foreign policy which is based on predictability and wisdom, it's extremely difficult. It's very difficult to foretell the future. Aggressiveness might be super territorial and asymmetric. Climatic crisis is asymmetric and goes well beyond territoriality. Public health, it's something that goes well beyond territoriality. We saw that during the COVID period, and it is also asymmetric. So every phenomenon currently is not local, is not regional. This is why foreign policy has to adapt. From predicting and handling things, now foreign policy has to come up, has to, let's say, engage into producing scenarios so that we are ready to handle things. That's why we have the so-called what-if scenarios. These are the most important ones when asked to perform one's foreign policy. And let me reassure you that this is an exercise which is extremely tricky. It takes more than, expertise or understanding and skills. It also needs some degree of luck and intuition. Sometimes it is our intuition that leads us to specific assumptions that might mean more than reality of historic phenomena. This is why, overnight, things might change. It was January 5th of 2020, when in the state of Georgia, US, 2 senators were elected. The first colored senator in the state and the first Hispanic one. It was a huge radical change. It was a breakthrough for the US domestic policy. On the day that followed, we had the White House riots, January 6th. So the changing character of the democratic phenomenon as a result of the pressure by majorities brings us in front of circumstances that might be difficult to handle. That's why it is important for us to be able to come up with those scenarios that will allow us to be totally prepared. This is what we are currently doing in the Greek foreign scene. In the Greek foreign policy, apologies. The Prime Minister decided to deploy a kind of foreign policy which is value, rule, and norm-based. We will never have different criteria for cases that are alike. Sometimes people say a national. It is to a country's interest to be able to have transactions and maybe reap benefits under the table in order to promote the country's policies. The reply is that this is very short-sighted. The international security architecture following the Second World War was built exactly on the basis of rules and regulations. And the most important regulation, the most important rule has been the following. Small and medium-sized countries have a power that has to be strengthened against the big powers. See how the veto has been working in the past, both in the context of the UN and in the context of the European Union. That has been the kind of defense for those who are not able to impose their will. In the course of time, and this is the evolution of democracy, we came to realize that the veto that has been established as a way for the weak to face the strong has the exact opposite result. It's actually the power of the strong one, because if the strong partner decides to disrupt a course of stability and prosperity, it can impose that. So we have to rely on those rules, and perhaps we should wisely revisit the way decisions are taken within the international organizations. Because, let's be sincere, the international security architecture, when it comes to the main conflicts in our neighborhood, has failed to impose what was self-evident, what was reasonable. That's why I'd like to focus on the issue of Middle East. I think this has been very telling, because we all understand what are the interests of Israel or the Palestinian Authority. We have to understand that the warfare has to stop. We have to have protection of the civil. We have to stop using we have to protect, have to free the hostages and protect the citizens in order to have a ceasefire. So, the civilians, apologies. So, in the history of diplomacy, what usually happened was the following. We knew what was the instrument to do something, but we didn't know what would the end point would be. Currently, what is particular is the following. We all want to have peace in the region under terms which are more or less known and well accepted. They have been described within the context of the UN Security Council, but we have a big weakness, which is the weakness to impose what in our eyes seems to be absolutely reasonable. The same applies in the case of Ukraine. I often hear people say, why should Greece be so bluntly, so strongly in favor and so intensely, let's say, in favor of Ukraine in this conflict? Let me tell you something. In a war where there is one aggressor and one someone trying to defend himself, and when the aggressor tries primarily to change to have an impact on the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of the entity in defense, it's a war which is ours. Because if we think about the benefits for a country like Greece, not to stand by the side of the person of the entity in defense, then it is absolutely certain that in the future we will lose all grounds to call on the European and on international law in order to stop aggressiveness and help promote the core of international law and have more countries in line with it. That's why I would like to say that in the context of international politics on the basis of rules and regulations, we have a multicentric, multifaceted foreign policy in place, an active one. And allow me to say that during the previous 5 years, in the context of the European Union, I think the most important decisions taken by the EU have had the seal of Greece or have been painted by Greece. For instance, the RRF. This has been a proposal also advocated by the Greek Prime Minister, or the COVID certificate, or the Migration and Asylum Pact. We have been extremely active in that. And currently, as the European Union evolves, we have the Prime Minister, together with the Polish Prime Minister, proposing the establishment of a European defense that will shield Europe and, on the other hand, will unleash those national, let's say, capabilities to protect and promote peace. I would like to say that these principles apply everywhere, in all cases, both in the case of Greek-Turkish relationships or the relationships of our country with neighboring countries. In the case of Turkey, I would like to stress that I do feel that offering a service to one's country means to be able to discuss with one's neighbors. We cannot agree on everything. We know that. We're not cloud walking. We're not naive. But what we should do, and this is our duty towards the future generations, is to lay the foundation so that we will be able to discuss, to let the steam off, and create and build the path of democracy and dialogue. And this is what we're doing, step by step, without any extreme claims. We have a positive agenda in place. We see the outcome. In the case of the migration flows, we have something which is under control because of our good relationships. We see Greeks and Turkish having great interpersonal relationships in our islands, and also thanks to the efforts by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we have reached an agreement with the European Union so we can have great numbers of visitors from Turkey to the islands following a simplification of the procedure needed. And of course, we have eliminated dogfights and overflights in the islands of the Aegean. If one fails to understand the importance of these initiatives, I'm sorry, but this is what my duty to my country dictates, because if there is an accident in the Aegean, then there will be no video assistant referee, to use this term. We cannot undo the accident. As Middle East has shown us, an accident might have a multiplying effect in terms of the tragedy and the destruction caused. And ending. Talking about the European prospect of West Balkans, apologies. Greece has been staunchly supportive of the adhesion of all West Balkan countries in the European family, the European Union. We will keep on doing so. The Thessaloniki Declaration of 2003 is exactly what dictated this thing exactly, that the natural course of these countries is towards the European family. We understand that this path is not a path with no conditions, with no preconditions. It will take hard work, dedication, commitment to the European vision. It particularly asks for full adoption of the European acquis, full respect to the rule of law and European rules, and full alignment and compliance with the international law. You know, international law is not something. It's not a cherry-picking process, as the minister said. International law exists in order to characterize and govern by bilateral or multilateral national relations, and it's not something to take to cherry-pick. Now, with respect to Greece, in the last 5 years, as time went by, following the previous spell and currently in our second term, Greece has a very important diplomatic capital accumulated. Greece has earned the praise, the recognition of others to be able to discuss with other partners like Brazil, India, the US, but also to discuss with all its neighbors so we can solve our problems. Greece has earned the appreciation of everyone because Greece follows these principles. Early June, late June, in the previous, Greece has been elected as a non-permanent member of the UN Security Council last June. Out of 188 countries, 182 voted in favor. 4 of them voted for no one. So actually, we have had unanimous support to the Greek candidacy, because what we supported has been what the entire world wants right now, which is to give back a meaning to peaceful settlement, resolution of disputes, to support the effort for a more sustainable planet, our support to fight down phenomena of violence against vulnerable groups of population like women and children. Thank you very much.
Was I too long? Sorry for this.
Never too long. I should have stopped you.
Yes.
I don't think so. No, thank you very much for that. You raised lots of questions that I want to come back to. But because we'll have the minister from Ukraine joining us in about 5 minutes, I want to move on straight away to Ms. Gerasimov to give just some opening remarks. And then we'll have a conversation afterwards.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you very much for the invitation to share the views from Chisinau today. You have quite a delegation from Moldova. We had the Prime Minister speaking about our EU accession path, and I'm happy to share with you some of the thoughts on the geopolitics in our region and how do we achieve sustainable peace. For us, this is really a matter, an existential matter. Moldova has around 1,200 kilometers length of border with Ukraine. From Chisinau to Odessa, it's only 3 hours by car. So for us, what happens in Ukraine is of an existential importance. So here, seeing the trends, the imperialistic trends coming from Russia, I think there are 3 things that we need to consider. One is, of course, the return to the international rules-based order. Without that, there is no way that we can talk about European integration of Moldova, Ukraine, Western Balkans, doesn't matter. Peace on the European continent is a matter of returning to the international rules-based order. Here, this goes along, the second thing I want to mention is our unwavering commitment to supporting Ukraine as long as it takes. We oftentimes say this, but we also start feeling among our societies a feeling of fatigue. And this is really unacceptable considering what kind of signals we might give in case if we're not fully committed to Ukraine winning this war on its terms of how it understands peace. Peace for Ukraine is the peace formula that President Zelensky has put forward, and I'm sure that Minister Kuleba will be able to share with us more around that. But this would be the second most important thing for a sustainable peace, to make sure that Ukraine is able to stand on its ground and win this war. And third, which I think is most important for us democracies, is to be able to defend our democracies at home. We are not taking very seriously the disinformation, the propaganda, the electoral interference, and these are the first signals, the first risks that our democracy is in danger. My own country, Moldova, we will have presidential elections this October. We'll have a referendum on our pro-European course this October. And the risks coming from the Russian propaganda, from the Russian disinformation, are extremely high. And from this perspective, we have to look at these phenomena not only from a national perspective, not even from a regional perspective, but as risks that are there for all democracies. If we look at the electoral cycles and the electoral interferences also in other European countries, I think here we need to do more to be able to defend our democracies at home. To move second, where is the role of the EU in all of this, and how can we ensure that EU stands united, speaks with one voice, because that is exactly when it's at its strongest. I think first and foremost, the European Union needs to acknowledge the success of its enlargement policy. I think every country that feels European, be it in the Western Balkans, be it in Eastern Europe, deserves the possibility to, on a merit-based process, of course, to be part of the European Union. And here I would like to just express my deep gratitude to Greece, but also to all other EU member states for officially launching the EU accession negotiations with my country last week. A second very important thing is to ensure that we strengthen, that the European Union strengthens its defense capabilities as an utmost priority in the next political cycle in Brussels. And third but not last, again, I will go back to the fact that we need to build resilient democracies at home. This means, at least for my country, being fully independent from Russian gas, a tool that has been weaponized for decades to be able to keep us silent, to be able to keep us in line with a certain foreign policy that was desired from Kremlin. So from this perspective, strengthening our energy security, and here our cooperation with Greece is of great importance, is something where we all need to work on the European continent. Another important factor here, of course, is to ensure that we have the right tools to deal with the hybrid threats, with the hybrid attacks that our democracies are facing. Again, electoral interference, this is not about Moldova or Ukraine or any other country. This is something that is of a threat everywhere in our democracies, and we have the duty to be able to defend what we have been building for the last decades on the European continent. So with that said, I will just say that Moldova, on our side, we are not only looking forward to become a EU member state and to strengthen the unity of the European Union. We are also looking forward to be a stronger contributor to its security, to its stability, and to its prosperity in the future. Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks so much for that. It's a very clear perspective from Moldova on the security challenges, the domestic political challenges, and also what you expect from the accession process. Have we got the minister online now, the foreign minister of Ukraine? We have? Let's connect if possible, please. Great. Welcome, Minister. Thank you so much. I know you're a very busy man, and you've just extricated yourself from a meeting to talk to us. So welcome. I understand you want to make some opening remarks, and then I hope that you'll be able to stay with us and join in a conversation.
Yes, I'm sorry for being late for our important gathering. We have just concluded a visit of Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, to Ukraine. And it's good that my president that it took more time, my president and the Prime Minister, to discuss all the issues. And so I apologize, but I'm here, and it's a big pleasure for me to be with you today. Dear friends, well, first, dear ministers and dear friends, I appreciate this opportunity to discuss the most pressing issues facing our countries, Europe, and the world. This roundtable is a great platform to address global challenges, and I thank The Economist for bringing together government officials, experts, businesses, and the media. We live in a world where the efforts of just one of these groups of people will never be enough. Government, civil society, expert community, entrepreneurs, reporters, and ordinary netizens expressing their views on social media all share the same online space, or rather the same communications battlefield. It just depends on the perspective. We find ourselves in a reality of competing narratives, whether we like it or not, and we must win in this communications battle every day, because they are inseparable. These battles are inseparable from the battles taking place on the ground. There will never be a moment when the truth prevails once and forever. This is a daily struggle and work. In the end, the narratives might be competing, but our values remain universal: individual and collective freedom, human rights, respect for international law, and the UN Charter. None of these things are granted. They all must be won and protected daily. For us in the Ukrainian government, this represents the daily challenge of delivering fact-based information about Russian aggression against Ukraine to global audiences, explaining the Ukrainian cause to different people around the world. And we are doing all of this against the backdrop of Russia's enormous efforts to promote its state propaganda, whitewash its war crimes, and shift the blame for the largest war in Europe since the Second World War. Under such circumstances, the value of factual and accurate reporting is difficult to overestimate. And I thank all journalists who are doing exactly this. Similarly, there is great value in effective government communications and fundamental expert research that goes beyond bias and cliches. In challenging times like these, all of us need to do more than we thought we could. We learned this from living in total war for over 2 years. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, Ukraine has been forced to change many approaches and invent know-how, from the battlefield to communications and diplomacy. We had to reinvent many traditional methods because peacetime tools do not always work in wartime. And this is how we forged Ukrainian wartime diplomacy. Its only goal is survival and victory in the war, which means the need for a strong international coalition in support of Ukraine, weapons and ammunition by our warriors, and sanctions and isolation for the aggressor. Despite our modest resources, which are incomparable to those of Russia, we have been able to achieve many significant outcomes, including extensive use of modern technologies in diplomacy, including artificial intelligence. President Zelensky's leadership of our wartime diplomacy galvanized audiences all over the world, mobilized military aid, and brought nations from all continents and regions of the world together around the UN Charter's tenets. This was especially evident at the recent Peace Summit in Switzerland in June, attended by 100 countries and international organizations from all parts of the world. And we will continue this important work. Wartime diplomacy has a number of rules, such as being stubborn. A wartime diplomat must never give up, however hard the task may be. He or she must also not be afraid to polarize with friends. Necessary decisions sometimes require that, and in the end, friends will understand. Wartime diplomats should also never be opting for Plan B, but spare no efforts to realize Plan A. They must be disrupting protocol and political processes to speed up decision-making. They must be working on all levels rather than limiting cooperation to separate people or institutions. They must keep the messaging sharp and clear and abandon diplomatic newspeak. They must remember that content is king, and wartime diplomats must also be flexible while being firm, seeking a la carte decisions if they advance their goals better than categorical demands, being ready to choose alternative options for attaining goals. Let me summarize it in two words. Whatever works. This is the approach of a wartime diplomat. I'm certain that our wartime diplomacy experience is of great value for many people and institutions around the world. And sometimes I imagine that similar approaches were taken when combating climate change or other global challenges. Probably many more results could be achieved in a shorter time. But if I am to summarize wartime diplomacy rules and to emphasize the most important one, it's about Plan A. No exit strategy, no Plan B, nothing if you want to implement Plan A. Plan B kills Plan A. This is why we never stick to compromises which go beyond our red lines, but present it to us as a more feasible Plan B. Make no mistake, once you focus on Plan B, forget about Plan A. So all wartime diplomats should be focused on their initial ambitious and principled plans. Dear friends, in my interviews, I'm often asked whether Ukraine is worried about various developments taking place around the world, in Europe, and beyond. Is Ukraine worried about the US elections? Is Ukraine worried about European elections? Is Ukraine worried about something else? And so forth and so on. To be honest, these questions are a bit irrelevant, and this attitude also comes from the wartime diplomacy experience. We are not worried because we are working. We are not worried because we know that we will have to find a way out and a solution out of any puzzle, any difficult situation. We are a nation at war fighting for its survival and victory. We will work with whatever circumstances are there. We will respect any choices made by the people in partner countries. And we will keep working on achieving our goals. We have no such joy as to observe the present and predict the future. We are fighting for our present, and we are creating our future. This is a lesson that the war taught us. Of course, we all know that media loves drama. No drama, no clicks, no viewers, no advertisers. But there are at least 3 reasons for us not to worry when it comes to any elections abroad and not take them as dramas. First, Support for Ukraine among democratic partner states is founded in solidarity and support among the people. This is how democracies function, and we will continue to work on sustaining popular support for Ukraine's cause. Second, we must look at the actions, not words, of the candidates. It is one thing to campaign and rally your voters, and it is another thing to actually be in government and assume responsibility for decisions. We have seen this difference many times before. Third, there is simply no alternative to supporting Ukraine's victory and ensuring that Russian aggression fails. Otherwise, the national security of our partners will be jeopardized. This is relevant both for Europe and the United States and beyond. If we allow Russia to succeed in Ukraine, this will be a world of chaos and interstate conflicts, possibly leading to a catastrophic global conflict. If successful in Ukraine, Russia will undoubtedly proceed with aggression against other countries in Europe. At the same time, Russia's allies, North Korea and Iran, will feel emboldened to challenge stability in other parts of the world. We already see this group of 3 states working together to plunge the world into chaos and replace international law with the law of the jungle, which they frame as the new world of equality, of true, genuine equality. This is again the difference between the narrative and the reality. They exchange resources, weapons, and ideas with the simple goal of defeating the West, or at least weakening and destabilizing it. The earlier free nations and their leaders realized this, the sooner effective collective action will be taken to reduce these threats and force Moscow, Pyongyang, and Tehran to recalculate their plans. Dear colleagues, in these 2.5 years, nothing has harmed our shared cause more than the fear of escalation. We heard this every time we requested a new type of weapon that Ukraine desperately needed to protect its people and critical infrastructure. We heard this every time a major decision needed to be taken, from providing Ukraine with EU candidate status to making other big political moves. We always were offered Plan Bs instead of Plan A. But in the end, we got Plan A implemented. In the end, every decision was made. Sometimes it took time, sometimes it took more effort, but every decision was made. And none of them led to any escalation from the Russian side, because Russia escalates on its own. And today, its pockets of escalation are empty. And my request today is to believe in Ukraine's ability to prevail and finally abandon the fear of escalation as key factor in the decision-making. Putin must fear us. He must be struggling to read our minds. He must be cautious and look for ways out and path to ending his aggression, not the other way around. When we talk about decisions that can help us improve the situation on the battlefield, there are 3 of them. First, providing more Patriot and other air defense systems and missiles to Ukraine in order to throw Russia out of Ukrainian skies. Second, providing Ukraine with the ability to destroy Russian tools of air terror, its bombers, before they approach Ukrainian borders, namely at the airfields in Russia and in its skies. And third, sufficient and steady supplies of artillery ammunition to give Ukrainian land forces an upper hand. Friends, in the fight for faith and homeland, with these words, in 1821, the liberation struggle of the Greek people began. Today, for more than 2 years, Ukrainians have been sharing this slogan. And I take this opportunity to thank the Greek government and my dear colleague and people of Greece for their support since the first day of Russia's full-scale invasion. In particular, we are grateful to Prime Minister Mitsotakis for his recent attendance at the Global Peace Summit, for his support of Ukraine at the EU level. I know that we in Ukraine and all of you who value life in Europe and beyond, we all defend the same values. freedom, democracy, human rights, the rule of law, decent life for all. And through collective and decisive action, we will prevail. But we must be brave, we must do more, every one of us, every single day. Thank you for what you've done, thank you for what you will be doing, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister, for setting out very clearly the message from Kiev. We are actually out of time already, so the Minister has left. Is the Minister still with us? No, still with us, good. So we have time for only very brief question and a very brief response, because we have one more session before we break for lunch. So let me stick with you, Foreign Minister Kuleba. I think we've learned two things over the past 2 and more years from this war in Ukraine. The first thing we learned is about the courage and determination of the Ukrainian people to fight, to defend their sovereignty and territorial integrity. And the second thing we've learned is that this war is a protracted one. And what you've emphasized is sticking to Plan A. What do you expect from the NATO summit that is coming up in terms of your Plan A? And can you give us a sense of how you get to the end game of Plan A? Are you confident that this protracted war is not a forever war?
Well, no wars last forever. At least this is what history of humanity tells us. However, I don't think that there is anyone in the world today, in any part of the world, who can predict how the conflict situation in the world will develop if Russia wins in this war. So if Ukraine wins, or when Ukraine wins, the situation is clear. The current world order gets stabilized, because everyone who is thinking of shattering its foundations will see that it just doesn't work to solve problems with military aggression of one sovereign nation against another. But if Russia prevails, this will unzip a whole wave of conflicts and developments which will effectively lead to the destruction of the world order. And history has seen it many times, and we can intellectually theorize about it. But the price, every time it had happened in history, the price was too high. The price in human lives, in destruction, and in the slowing down of world development. So no one can really paint the whole picture of how things are going to evolve and the timeline, but the understanding of where the outcome of the war in Ukraine against Ukraine will take the world to is more or less comprehensible. And I also want to make one point. It's very important to sometimes these theoretical discussions, they're important, but sometimes they slow down decision making. And every time decision making is slowed, it means that there is more death and destruction happening in Ukraine. So this is also the consequence, the reason and the consequence that need to be taken into account. When it comes to NATO, we are in a very active phase of dialogue with all allies, with the Secretariat, or with the Secretary General of NATO. We see good progress in the preparation of decisions of the summit. But if I am to sum them up, I would say that we will be satisfied with the outcome of the NATO summit if the complexity of decisions taken at this summit will allow Ukraine to make another step, meaningful step, towards membership in the alliance.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Let's turn back to Moldova. And just to ask you, you've emphasized very much that Moldova needs to do its homework, and you're doing that. You've made good progress in terms of the 9 steps towards integration with the EU. Are you worried at all about political developments in Europe and leading to a loss of momentum and a loss of focus on the enlargement project, particularly as it affects you?
I think it's very clear for everyone that it's the unfortunate tragedy of the Ukrainian people that led to this political momentum, to a renewed discussion about enlargement. But we've made everything possible to translate that into opportunities at home, be it in Kyiv or in Chisinau or in other capitals. At the same time, indeed, I think everyone was watching closely the elections in Europe to see how they would unfold and what that would mean for countries for who enlargement is a priority or who wish to keep that item on the Brussels agenda. I think what we see today out of the results in Europe is that we need to take more care about our own citizens, regardless whether they are in Moldova or in France or in Greece. I think each government needs to be able to convey better that Europe is a project of peace. And this peace cannot be bottled within some borders of one country. It needs to be shared and it needs to be spread. So from this perspective, I think we are watching closely, of course, as anyone else. But again, we need to trust the people and their choices, that these are the right ones.
Thank you. And finally, Minister, obviously Greece has been a huge supporter of enlargement for the Western Balkans and now for countries further east. So I wanted to just get your view as well of whether this enlargement agenda is going to continue, accelerate, what will happen now. But I also wanted to ask you about closer to home in the Western Balkans, that still a very troubled region with conflicts bubbling close to the surface in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Serbia. And there's also bilateral disputes in the region too, including between Greece and North Macedonia. So I just wanted, since the return of the VMRO government in Skopje, wanted to ask you whether the Prespas agreement is in danger there, and there's also a dispute with Albania as well over this mayor. So if you could just make a few remarks about that, I'd be very grateful.
Excellent. Thank you so much. As I mentioned, I think Greece has been the pioneer of the enlargement towards the Western Balkans. I think it's of utmost importance that we work together, because the truth is, as you intimated, that Western Balkans is a true minefield, and we need to historically preserve the momentum that we've built 20 years ago with the Thessaloniki Agenda. And if I may say so, I think we need to produce a success story. This is why I think it's important to have on board Moldova and Ukraine, but it's also important that we have Bosnia and Herzegovina. We need to have Montenegro as well. So we need to provide vision to people. It is very important, because the truth is that it's been 20 years and there is some intimate fatigue. And I can see why people have partially lost faith in the European dream. This is why I think we should just refresh it, revisit it, and reinforce it. And this is what we're going to do in the new composition of the European Parliament, the European Council, and the European Commission. Apart from this, there is an additional reason why we should be more akin to the enlargement process, because more and more, the European project is becoming a geopolitical project. It started as some sort of a domestic financial project in order to have a strong economy. Then we moved to some sort of a political union, and now we're facing the challenges of geopolitics in all respects. So there is an evident, I think, switch towards this geopolitical principle, and this is why we need to have on board all candidate states. Now, you asked me about Albania and North Macedonia. With all due respect, I think that it's not a matter of bilateral issue in either case. In the case of Albania, we have the imprisonment of an elected mayor. He has stayed in prison for about 18 months, close to 20. There are some serious concerns concerning the principles of rule of law that have been applied. And obviously, we can all say that we have to be particularly careful when we speak about representatives of the minorities. For us, for Europeans, it is important that we safeguard diversity and we look after all the minorities. So the road is there, but there must be some clear evidence that there is full respect. When it comes to North Macedonia, as I mentioned, there is not a cherry-picking process. It's as simple as this. International law is the foundation of the international security architecture. If there was a case of just picking some of the provisions of the treaties and then let some other begin inertia, obviously there shouldn't be any sort of international law or international community. We need to stick by the international treaties. And the thing is that we had some serious concerns. As an opposition in government, in parliament, we clearly reacted to the Prespa agreement, and we indicated very early that there are some clearly gray issues in the Prespa agreement. However, we stated very early that once there is a ratification of the agreement, then there is no way back, and we have to fully respect it. So this is what we actually demand from North Macedonia. And we think that the international community is clearly on our side because, as I said, 3 preconditions. First, European acquis, European Union acquis. Second, international law, international treaties. And then democracy and the rule of law. There is no way to have any sort of concessions on this one.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to end this session now because we have a final session before our lunch. So please join me in thanking our panelists, including the Minister from Kiev.
Yes. Please, you stay here.
Do you want to go in the middle? You go in the middle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was wonderful to see you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry that it took me some time.
Thank you. Okay, I'm handing straight over now to Daniel for the next session.
Thank you very much. And without further ado, let's move on to the next session, which very much continues the themes that we've been hearing about up to now. This one will take us up to lunch. So I'd like to invite Minister Dendias, Ambassador Tsounis, David Harris to come to the stage, please. Also Sergei Konoplyov. And we're joined also remotely by James Stavridis. I hope that connection is working as well. So please join me.
Since we're out of time, how you would like me to get my comments? Do you want me to boil it down to what
That would be great. We'll keep it quite concise, yes. Very good. So if you go at the, if you go at the end, yes. Okay. Good. Great to see you. Hi, great to see you. And I see that the connection is working, so Admiral Stavridis, very welcome. I hope you can hear me as well as we can see you. Excellent. 2 thumbs, that's what I like to, that's what I like to hear. That's great. So let's dive straight in to the theme of how can Europe mitigate the current security threats. We've been discussing the security threats just now, and let's start with Minister Dendias, Minister of National Defense for Greece. How can we mitigate the threats?
Well, an honest answer would be, it would be very difficult, if possible. But that's really not a case for jokes. I'll start by saying the obvious, that we have found ourselves in a very, very difficult situation, and a situation not anticipated. As far as Greece is concerned and the region is concerned, we are facing a war in our northeast, a war in our southeast, a totally destabilized northern Africa, and speaking especially about the Sahel region, 2 failed states, one Libya, one Syria, a very awkward situation by a non-state actor which threatens the freedom of navigation in the North Indian Ocean and the Red Sea. I'm speaking about the Houthis, and an overall situation in which humanity goes back to a level of violence that we hoped we have left behind when we entered the 21st century. I think that's a rather accurate description.
That's all. That's the only thing you have to deal with. That's little list.
No, there's some more. For example, the Western Balkans situation, which is far from ideal. We have hoped for a much faster convergence toward the European acquis and membership of the European Union. And of course, the internal political situation in most of the Western democracies is a challenging one, again, to put it mildly. So that's the overall situation that we're facing. Now, if one would start answering on how I propose to address all these issues, one has to deal with them separately. Ukraine, I think, Minister Kuleba spoke very eloquently. They're fighting an existential fight for the last 2 years. It is a miracle that they have survived the Russian invasion. Please scratch your memories. Remember how we felt the first 24 hours after the Russian invasion. Almost nobody would have believed that Ukraine would have been able to stand its own and even gain back territory the last 2 years. If now we're speaking about threats in the Eastern Mediterranean and Gaza and the overall situation between Israel and the Palestinians, again, I have to say that this is something we have to address as a big challenge. It's not something that has to do with just Israel or the Palestinians. It's much bigger than that. But of course, nobody should ever, ever forget what has happened in the 7th of October. Another challenge that has been rather overlooked is the situation in the Sahel. I have to say that I'm always saying that from Brussels, maybe Niger or Mali or Chad looks very far away and not very threatening. But there is a big but. And I'll go back to history. For Europe to be safe and secure, the situation in North Africa, and that includes necessarily the Sahel, has to be safe and secure. And please remember one historical example, and I will bring a second one more recent. Why was the Roman Empire always fighting for control of Northern Africa? Why Scipio, the African, went to North Africa? Why was the Carthago delenda est something we have all learned when we learn Roman history? It is clear that for the security of Europe, control and security of North Africa is essential. But we have a much more recent example. Before D-Day, before Operation Overlord, it was Operation Torch. The Allies first invaded North Africa, before they felt secure to go to Normandy and liberate Europe. So, to cut a long story short, we have to address all these huge challenges simultaneously. I will go back to the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean in the continuation of our discussion. I'm going there this Saturday with High Representative Borrell to look at Operation Aspides and the Greek ship and the Greek frigate that is leading that operation. But our challenge now is to deal with all these threats simultaneously. Easier said than done.
Absolutely. Can I, just before we move on, ask you, you're going to be at the NATO summit, the 75th anniversary summit.
Yes, in Washington.
What do you expect to come out of that meeting, and in what ways can it start to contribute to...
First of all, one has to admit even that if some people do not like NATO, but they have to accept one thing, that NATO has been the most successful military alliance on history. Now we have to, Ukraine testifies to that, by the way, but we have to move the extra mile. And by that I mean that NATO has also to become something more, which, by the way, I believe that is within the NATO DNA. To move from the point of being a military alliance to become an alliance of values, of principles, and be able to export those values and principles around the world. That, I believe, will be the challenge for NATO as it moves towards 100 years of existence. And small steps in every meeting, that's what I expect of every NATO summit.
Maybe this would be a moment to turn to Admiral Stavridis, because you were, of course, Supreme Allied Commander for NATO in Europe. So you know of what you speak and what can be expected now with the Carlyle Group, but you observe closely, obviously, what goes on in the alliance. What do you expect from the summit, and how does it play into the various strategic threats that the Minister has just described?
Let me just begin with the numbers for a minute, because they're impressive and not everybody appreciates them. Here's an alliance 75 years old that has a collective defense budget well over $1 trillion, that's with a T, $1 trillion. It has a population that is around 800 million, 3 million active duty troops, men and women, almost all volunteers at this point, another 4 million in reserves, 800 warships, and 15 to 20,000 military aircraft. So immense capability, as we heard just a moment ago. Secondly, values-based. And I think this is an organization that was conceived in liberty, was born in democracy. I always feel proud as a Greek American to think that this particular conference is held in Athens, Greece, in the cradle of democracy, where Greek patriots stopped Persian invaders 2,500 years ago in the Bay of Salamis. So you're in the right place to have this conversation. And as to the 75th birthday of this extraordinary organization, I will simply say, obviously, job one is Ukraine and stopping Vladimir Putin. That's quite clear. I think what's interesting, and I will be focused on the level of discussion, what are jobs 2, 3, 4, and maybe 5? So I think a major effort, and we have a new Secretary General. I know Prime Minister Rutte very well from my days as SACEUR. He's the right man for this moment. I would put a lot of emphasis in the alliance on cyber security and preparing for the impact of artificial intelligence. These are two areas the alliance is not particularly moved at speed upon. These are areas that are changing in front of our eyes in the battlefields of Ukraine and even in the urban warfare terrain of Gaza. So cyber and artificial intelligence, let's see how the summit can make some progress there. Number two, we've just added two marvelous new nations to this alliance, now 32. That's, of course, Sweden and Finland. Therefore, we have to look not only to the south, and I fully agree, the Mediterranean and the challenges to the south are profound and real. We have a new border to defend in the high north. So I think the Arctic and what is happening there is particularly important. And I add to that the 600-mile northern border of the alliance, now Finnish and Swedish borders with Russia. Where are the contingency plans to prepare for both defensive and God forbid, but let's be realistic, offensive operations on those northern frontiers? And then finally, and I'll conclude here because I know we're short of time, I think that we have to think about NATO's engagement across the globe. And here I don't mean trying to stretch the alliance to become a global power, but certainly NATO nations can operate alongside the United States and other Pacific powers in confronting authoritarianism and challenges in Asia. I'm not looking for a NATO flag on freedom of navigation patrols in the South China Sea, but I am looking for the navies of NATO nations to be involved in those kind of operations. Some have done so already, 3 or 4. Let's see if we can improve in all those areas. So there's a quick snapshot of some things to think about. I'll conclude just with a shout out to the wonderful ambassador of the United States to Greece, my good friend, Ambassador George Sounis. Yasu, and thank you for taking a moment with me, all of you.
Great. Well, we're going to come to Ambassador Sounis in a minute. I just want to pick up one thing on the NATO summit, and thank you for that very succinct summary of both of NATO's reach and also the agenda as you see it. There is, however, a shadow hanging over Washington summit, and that is the shadow of, how great will the commitment or how deep will the commitment be to NATO potentially under a Trump 2 presidency if that were to happen. Is that something that concerns you? Is it any point in worrying about it? And if there is, what can be done to make sure that NATO continues to survive and thrive into a presidency that may be less intrinsically committed to the alliance?
It does concern me. It is worth worrying about, and I think we ought to be fireproofing the NATO alliance in the case of a Trump presidency. I know many of the senior advisors who will be coming in if there is a second Trump administration. I commend the article, for example, in the Council on Foreign Relations publication, not as good as The Economist, but it's a pretty good magazine. It's called Foreign Affairs. There's a lengthy article in this month by Robert O'Brien, who was the final national security advisor. You could look at the writings of Eldridge Colby, who's very focused on the Pacific but has succinct things to say about NATO, or Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. Know them all. These are all rational actors. Their view of NATO is it is a net good, but for the United States to fully engage and continue to offer a nuclear umbrella, full protection, it's going to require NATO defense spending. Here, I'm not going to surprise you, to track up to the minimum of 2%. I would say the best thing NATO could do in the face of a Trump presidency is to immediately up the goal, move the goalpost to 2.5% of GDP. United States spends 3.5% of GDP. I spent a lot of time a decade ago arguing this. I'm heartened by the improvement in the alliance in this regard thus far. I think now we're up to close to 20 nations that meet 2%. But if you want to continue to have enthusiastic participation from a Trump-led United States, you're going to have to up that game a bit. That would be the short answer to the question, how to make sure that NATO stays in effective ground with the Trump administration.
Well, fascinating. I think not only upping the goal, but actually meaning it would be important. But so, Ambassador Sounis, after that wonderful shout out for the Greek-American Day that we have here in Athens, your perspective after having served now in Athens for some time on the The outlook, but also the role of Greece, I think would be really interesting to hear.
Look, I think the challenges that are confronting us, and certainly confronted us at the invasion, were there. They may have been simmering at times under the surface, and at times they weren't. I wish that there was a little bit more muscularity exercised in 2004 when this happened to Georgia. I wish there was a little more muscularity exercised when it happened to Crimea. Mr. Putin's very clear on what he wants to do. I mean, he was signaling messaging on Ukraine for many months. And if you look at some of his speeches, he's now talking about other countries. And probably not, unlikely a full-on invasion, but he is talking about a country or two in the Baltics, and he's talking about Moldova. Now, if you look at the Balkans, and 2 years ago I appeared on this stage, and I thought I said something provocative. We as the West have failed the Balkans. We have promised them rapid ascension to the EU and NATO. We've promised them Western investment. We've promised them solidarity, and we've overpromised and underdelivered. And people pay attention. So as a lot of times it's a resource issue and it's a support issue. We have to be true to our word that we're going to show up, get on the playing field. No one prefers anyone other than being in a transatlantic relationship. No one prefers aligning themselves with the PRC or Russia. They prefer to be with the United States and Europe, which are democratic in nature. But we have to show up, and we have to show solidarity, and we have to show support, and we have to be muscular. These challenges can solve themselves. It's logistics. The Admiral will talk about Eisenhower's great quote, "On wars are fought about logistics." We're going to have to be more muscular with our Wales Pledge. Prior to the invasion, I think a handful of countries complied with the 2014 Wales Pledge. Greece, I will tell you, for the last 3-4 years has been between 3 and 4%, not 2%, and 45 to 52% on weapons systems, not 20%. I think we're up to 22 nations now. And I agree, we have to all up it, because nations that seek to change borders by force only understand one thing, strength and deterrence. And I don't want to go backwards, and I don't want to be a Monday morning quarterback, but a little bit more deterrence, especially in missile defense, probably would have been more helpful. We need to be more proactive, not reactive, because this is not only about Ukraine. This is a message to every autocrat out there who has similar designs, and they want to see, is this a war of attrition? Are they just going to wait us out? Are we going to abandon the Ukrainians? We talk about democracy and how important it is and how all freedoms and rights spring from democracy. But the only ones who are dying for democracy right now are the Ukrainian people. And the least we can do is support them. And I'm glad to see it looks like everyone has finally gotten on board to do so. The Admiral quotes Themistocles and why they were fighting in the Battle of Salamis. They were fighting for their mothers and their fathers and their wives and their daughters and their children and their sisters. And this is exactly what is happening in Ukraine. And we are honor-bound to support them because it's so much more than Ukraine. It's about the world in which we want to live in. Very practically, I come from the business community. This is going to be about logistics. We have to make real the vertical corridor. And it's more than just electricity and nat gas and LNG, where Greece is now redrawing the energy map in Southern Europe, Alexandroupoli, Rebethusa, IGB. We need all connectivity, data center connectivity. We need to continue to support Alexandroupoli in that we move 12,000 pieces of NATO military equipment We need to have commercial connectivity through Greek ports into the Black Sea. This is where Bulgaria and Romania are incredibly helpful. We need to utilize the storage capability that exists in Ukraine. Gazprom is not going to extend that contract, and the Ukrainians aren't either. We need to figure out how we're going to keep the lights on in Ukraine. That's going to come through Greece. It should come through Greece. But connecting railroads, connecting roads, border crossings, logistics, trades, grain silos, commercial logistics, data center connectivity, as well as energy and electricity, and decarbonizing at the same time, it creates prosperity, which creates stability, which creates peace. We need to continue to press upon all of these things, because the underpinning of a strong military and a strong deterrence is strong economies.
So just picking you up on the centrality of Greece, actually, that you were alluding to there, we heard this morning, actually, what a role Greece has to play, and actually strong US-Greek partnership has been going really for a number of years now. It was something that previous administration prioritized as well. Sitting as ambassador here in Athens, how do you see that developing now? Is it becoming more important than ever? Is it taking on new forms?
It's not just important, it's critical. Let me be very, very careful how I phrase this. I mean, we're dealing with crises to the north and to the south, and Greece plays a vital role on how the United States shows muscularity and provides assistance. I think if you ask General Cavoli, it is a critical component. Greece is a country that has capability, is impactful, but I want to make something very clear. NATO solidarity, they act with honor and principles and values. I have never, in the almost 2.5 years that I've been in this position, and I'm the one that's going to talk to the various ministers, my friend Nikos here and the Prime Minister, they've never acted in a transactional manner. The rule of law is their guidepost. And every time we have come in for a request on NATO solidarity or the defense of democracy or an important Western value, Greece has said yes. They said yes instantly. And even when it was difficult. So because of their location, because of incredible assets like Larissa, Alexandroupoli, Suda Bay, which is the only place in the region we can park an aircraft carrier, because of their capability, the relationship, a sense of reliability, and by the way, a Greek armed forces that is quickly being modernized, that we are providing our very most significant weapon systems to. Greece is playing an incredible role in NATO interoperability and energy security, as well as a bulwark to anti-democratic forces.
Excellent. Well, if I could switch focus now to the other big and disturbing conflict in the region, the one between Israel and Palestinians in Gaza. David Harris, former Chief Executive Officer of the American Jewish Committee and currently Executive Vice Chair of the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy. How do you see this dreadful conflict unfolding over the next few months? And are we, or should we fear and expect a wider regional war, which seems to be one of the big concerns right now?
First of all, it's a pleasure to be with longtime friends on this stage, and thank you for the invitation to come back, Daniel. I want to bridge the two conversations, if I may. I think more than as an act of historical curiosity, all of us need to return to an earlier period in history, particularly the 1920s and 1930s, in order to understand the lessons that were missed then that apply today. the first of which was a failure of imagination, an unwillingness and inability to believe that Adolf Hitler, who spelled out his manifesto in the Landsberg prison in 1924, actually meant what he said when he took office 9 years later. In fact, the New York Times, when he was released from prison, had a headline which read, "Hitler tamed by prison." And the article went on to say that it was expected that Hitler would retire to his native Austria. Do we dare suffer from a failure of imagination again 100 years later? The second lesson that I've learned from this period was the obvious failure of appeasement policy. Now, this has become a cliche, we all say it, and yet there are echoes, at least to me, of a failure to apply those lessons then to today. Edward Daladier was the Prime Minister of France who on September 30th, 1938, after meeting with Hitler in Munich said, and I quote, "Peace is saved." And I don't have to repeat the quotes of Neville Chamberlain upon his return to Britain and the reassurance to the British people they could get a good night's sleep because he returned with peace, with honor. The third lesson I learned was that when America seeks to create the distance of an ocean and the appearance of neutrality, not wanting again to get involved in Europe as it did in World War I, and grappling with the domestic issues of depression, etc. I ask anyone else here in this hall whose portfolio includes defense, how would you react to 42,000 people being killed on your soil in one day, the worst day since the Holocaust? And then I hear earlier today that we need to understand, Daniel, the root causes. One of your earlier speakers said, and then he tried to explain that the root cause of October 7th was occupation. Forgive me. Forgive me. The root cause of October 7th was our inability to understand the ideology of Hamas, its patrons in Tehran, its funders in Qatar, and its driving worldview drawn from the Muslim Brotherhood. Because occupation ended in 2005. And then he went on to say the solution is a two-state settlement. Who in their right mind would oppose an enduring, stable two-state solution? But that has been on the international table since 1947. Since UN Resolution 181 put a two-state solution on the table for the first of multiple times. So I fear that once again, in some respects, we're seeing a failure of imagination. We're ducking the issue. The issue is Iran. The issue is Iranian tentacles in Yemen, in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, and yes, here in Europe. And what can Europe do to advance its security? Well, for one thing, not avoid, but confront. Why is the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, not listed on the EU terrorism list? And why, since 2013, have we lived with this fiction of a Hezbollah that is divided between a military wing that, because of Bulgarian and Cypriot pressure, was added to the EU list, while a political wing is not? As if one can bifurcate an organization that Hezbollah itself insists is a unitary organization. So I believe that we have to not risk, once again, the failure of imagination, not risk making Israel the new Czechoslovakia, but understanding as well that Israel is not just a benefit to the United States or to the Jewish community, but I ask you, I ask the ministers of defense and others, after Israel was attacked on October the 7th, the IDF called for 300,000 reservists to show up. 350,000 reservists showed up from every corner of the world, including several veterans in their 90s. How many countries in our transatlantic community would have that kind of response? What can we learn from Israel? How about national resilience in the home front, since after all, Hamas targeted the home front? How about missile defense? How about military operability in high-density urban zones? Israel should never become a sacrificial lamb. Israel is essential to the security of Europe, just as the United States is, in my last and final point. A lot's been said about the election in the United States. I am one of the last dinosaurs, a political independent and a nonpartisan. And I have only two hopes for this election. One, that whoever wins, wins decisively enough that it doesn't end up in the Supreme Court. And the second, and this may surprise some of you, I'm hoping for divided government. Given the political extremes in the United States, the unwillingness of either side to meet in the middle, the only way to force that encounter, I believe, on a policy level is just that. And with respect to NATO, should Donald Trump return, I want to assure people in this hall and watching on live stream that there are a hell of a lot of us, from the Admiral to George to myself, partisan and nonpartisan, who are going to fight like hell to make sure that we don't return to a neo-isolationist policy of the 1930s, because otherwise I don't want ever again to have a future Winston Churchill saying, and the conversation took place with President Roosevelt, and Churchill wrote, "One day President Roosevelt told me that he was asking publicly for suggestions about the war should be called. I, Winston Churchill, said 2 words, unnecessary war." Through unity, through the end of a failure of imagination, through abandonment of appeasement, through strengthening our spine, our collaborative spine, through understanding that soft power without hard power today is no power. That through this kind of combined efforts on both sides of the Atlantic, with friends on the other side, whatever happens in November, we will prevail for only one reason, because we must.
David, thank you. Very strong words. Can I just pick up the Iran question, which you stress is central to the whole problem? Trump administration tried maximum pressure. Previous administrations tried a deal, nuclear deal with Iran. Current administration tried to revise a deal, didn't work, but is still confronting Iran in various ways. What would work in your view? And I come back to my previous question about a regional war. Is a war with Iran, in your view, almost bound to happen now, or with Hezbollah as Iran's proxy, almost bound to happen with Israel, or could it and should it be avoided?
I think the difficulty with answering the question is answering the last part, should it be avoided? Of course, all of us would like nothing better, Daniel, than to avoid the war. That's not under discussion. When President Obama's colleague, Ben Rhodes, I would say rather maliciously tried to frame this in a binary way, Those opposed to the 2015 deal were warmongers. There was no third way. For a number of us, there was a third way, and there remains a third way. And the third way is maximum unity, maximum pressure, and no blinking. We know that in 2003, after the Iranian regime saw the power of the United States, people like the leadership of the admiral, how we vanquished Iraq in a matter of seconds, minutes, days. The same Iraq that had fought Iran to a standstill over 8 years, from 1980 to 1988, Iran stopped its weapons of mass destruction programs. They were scared to death. And then over time, they saw the American distraction elsewhere, and then along came different administrations and COVID and economic challenges and divisions within the alliance on Iran. I think we all have to wake up and sing from the same song sheet. I'd like to think Europe has woken up from a rather deep sleep, if you'll permit me, on Iran, not because of Israel, not even because of the 300 missiles lobbed against Israel just a short time ago, but rather because of Ukraine. Because Iran has now showed its cards completely. It is on the side of Russia. It is providing lethal material to Russia, which is combating European and American weapon systems over the skies of Ukraine. So I don't pretend to be the smart aleck day after thinker about Iran. I'm simply here as a kind of alarm clock to my many friends in Europe, in London, in Brussels, in Paris, and in Berlin for starters, joined by the others, and in Washington, that this is not a can we can continue to kick down the road. It should be painfully obvious. And don't expect, please, Israel, once again at the end of the day, as it did with Iraq in 1981, with a French-built reactor in Osirak, to destroy it. Don't expect Israel, as it did in 2007 in the case of Syria, to go and destroy a plant which the Bush administration had been advised by the Israeli government was a plutonium plant. They had brought soil samples that Israeli intelligence had collected. The Bush administration said our hands are full with Iraq and Afghanistan. Don't expect this little country of 9.5 million people, 2/3 the size of mighty Belgium, to continue to do the dirty work for a West that needs to wake up and join together, not just in talk, not just in exercises of soft power, not just in occasional expressions of anguish, but in determination to stop Iran. The imbalance of power is considerable, Daniel. If we pull it together, we can do what's happened in 2003, I believe.
Well, you've heard the wake-up call. Sergei Konopyov, what are your comments on not just what you've just heard from David Harris, but from the other speakers as well?
Thank you so much. I understand that I'm the last obstacle between you and your lunch, so I try to boil down my comments in the short takeaways. And first of all, congratulations to the person who came with a theme of spiraling through the conflicts. That means spiraling, and just check the dictionary just to make sure it's a drastic and dramatic increase in something. So we definitely have a dramatic increase in conflict, and the Middle East could become even more dangerous place. Previous speakers talk about Taiwan. We don't know what happens in Baltics, Kaliningrad, even Belarus. You know, like we don't have a shortage of potential conflicts. What nobody mentioned today in this panel, in the previous panels, is survival. And preparing for this session, I read some of these briefings of the Minister of Defense, and he told a story when he went to Israel, and in Jerusalem, meeting with his counterpart, he said, like, what you do, like, in Israel, how you deal with that. And according to what you said, he said, we survive. So we need to survive because we don't know if Putin will use nuclear bomb or not. This is a question nobody asked today. And this is something which puts us in completely different dimensions. Going to Israel, you mentioned, going to history, you mentioned 38. I mentioned the year 1939, when the Soviet Union at that time decided that his security was damaged by Finland. And they asked Finland government to give away a couple of hectares of land, kilometers of land, and Finland government decided to say no. So what happened? The Soviet Union sacrificed 250,000 Soviet soldiers and got part of the land. And at that time, Finland decided to deal with that and give away lands to maintain a sovereignty. That's what might Ukraine do. We don't know. Second point, unity. Many people use this word today, and even reading the statements of the outgoing Secretary General of NATO and upcoming Secretary of NATO, it's unity. But unity doesn't come without resources. And I'm very glad that Admiral Stavridis mentioned that now we're going not only 2 point, but we're going 2.5 and sometimes 3%. And in 2014, there was a pledge investment fund, which already got more than $600 billion. And the increase of the spending for the military and defense, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 10 or 11% by the year last year. That means we have this muscle, and we need to have muscles. The only thing this muscle is not used when Soviet troops decided to invade Finland, they decided to invade Czechoslovakia, they decided to invade Hungary, they decided to invade Georgia, Crimea. The response was weak. Now what Putin finally achieved, first of all, he's the best NATO salesman of the year because the Finland and Sweden joined the club. And from the history, if you know like what is the total title of Russian Tsar was, it was Tsar of Russia, Empire of Poland, and Grand Duke of Finland. That's why I think people of Finland did a good decision to join NATO before Putin decides to get, what they say, historical lands, and his views include Poland, Baltic states, and Finland. We remember what happened to a person in Italy named Mussolini, who decided to gather Roman lands, and how that ended. Red lines. I don't think we should be afraid of red lines, and NATO should put some muscles in that. Going briefly to NATO summit, many people talk about what NATO should do, what NATO should not be doing. First of all, Ukraine. I'm ethnically Ukrainian. I'm a retired colonel of Ukrainian armed forces, and I might be biased, but I think that Ukraine belongs to NATO. I mean, like, Ukraine is doing what NATO is, what it's supposed to do, keep Russians out. And I think that Ukrainian armed forces are probably the strongest and more prepared and using more innovations than any other countries. Lesson from history, you remember after the Second World War, Germany was divided by countries, by sectors. But Western Germany, despite of that, was taken to NATO. So if something happens and we have peace, I mean, not peace talks, but some negotiations, and the war will stop, the war will not end, the war will only stop in Ukraine. That part of Ukraine will be Ukrainian, more than qualifies to become part of NATO. And the final, I have 8 seconds, final, we need to look how to revise the Washington Treaty. The Washington Treaty was written many, many years ago before we had iPhones or Tesla. You know, like a military attack is not precisely, is too fuzzy now as a term to invoke Article 5. And this is a loophole. I remember when there was a Falkland War, and the Great Britain asked NATO to invoke Article 5, they say, well, we are in the North Atlantic part, not in the South Atlantic part. So there are plenty of loopholes, and it's only once that was invoked. And I think what happens right now, every country is willing to donate and help Ukraine because they understand it's not war with Ukraine, that war which might spill over on other countries, and that we will need to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, of course, the only time it was invoked was when America was attacked on 9/11.
That's correct.
Come back to you, Minister, on this question of the expansion of NATO with Finland and Sweden. What do you see in practical terms in NATO with that new capabilities, that new, obviously very long border with Russia that entails, but do you see it on the ground making a more muscular alliance?
Well, first of all, it's something, let us be honest and frank, nobody believed that we will see in our lifetime. So really, congratulations to President Putin for achieving that. But having said that, I think it's beneficial both ways. First of all, two new, developed, democratic countries are coming to the NATO alliance. And of course, we see border as an exposure towards Russia. But can we please see it otherwise as well? We're having a bigger say in what's happening in a very crucial part of the world. And I'm speaking about the Arctic route now, which, because of climate change, it's becoming much more important for navigation. So having these two countries in NATO is very important. But yet again, I'll go back to how I finished in my first approach. I believe to an alliance of democracy, principles, values. Both those countries hold dear those values that Greece holds dear as well. So for us, it was a very welcome thing that they became partners in the NATO alliance. And a final remark on what we are doing. Well, we can talk for hours. Challenges are around the world, Caucasus, South China Sea, wherever. Each country has to do its part, and it's not just expenditure. Of course, Greece spends much more than 2%, and I have to say we're not really such a rich country that we're doing it without sacrificing needs that...
You spend a lot on pensions, though, don't you?
We do as well, yes, but much less than we did before the crisis. Okay. And we don't see it one as against the other. We see expenditure on defense, which sometimes go over even north of the 4% threshold, as the ticket to survival. And it's not just that we are spending, we are reforming, which it's much more important than spending. We call it the 2030 agenda. And this is an agenda that will bring the Greek armed forces to the 21st century and even more than that, in all sectors of our armed forces, in the various concepts. But also what we're doing is we're introducing innovation in a fast lane in the Greek armed forces. And I believe that when we have finished with this reform, Greece will be able to have the strongest armed forces it ever had in our 3,000 years of existence. And that will be a contribution to security and stability in the region. Because as all participants in this discussion really underline, Greece is a country that offers whatever it can towards a rules-based order, towards international law of the sea, and towards peace and stability in the region.
Thank you. Well, we're coming up towards lunchtime here in Athens, so I'm going to ask you to be very brief, but if I could go back to you, Admiral Stavridis, on this question of Ukraine and NATO. You heard the suggestion that if there was a political agreement or if there was a truce of some sort and Ukraine were partially protected, that part of Ukraine should still be allowed to come into NATO, even if the war is not formally over, or even if all of Ukrainian territory before Russia's incursions were not restored. Would you think that that is something that NATO would consider doing and should do?
I would absolutely consider it. I think probably that's how this story turns out. There'll be kind of an interim step, a halfway house, if you will, where Ukraine, that portion of Ukraine that comes through the war, is offered significant security guarantees, probably NATO troops involved in training, but not that final admission to the club, that final golden ticket, probably another few years into the future. And I know that's frustrating to our Ukrainian friends, but that's the reality of managing our way to a negotiated conclusion here. Again, these are decisions for Ukrainians to make about their future and how they want to see this ultimately come out. I think NATO ought to obviously be highly engaged in continuing to train, equip, organize, and the new thing would be provide security guarantees. And very quickly after that, I'd say in another year or two, be very open to the idea of admission to NATO. So yes, I'll conclude with this. We want Ukraine on our team. When we get out of this war, I look at it as a supreme allied commander of NATO. Am I interested in having inside the alliance, part of the alliance, a nation that has been through war, has built its armed forces, has demonstrated incredible courage, is the most highly blooded army on the European continent with real battlefield experience? Do we want them on our team? I do. I think most NATO members will recognize the value in bringing them on the team. The only question is when.
Thank you, very clear. David Harris, if I could turn back to you, and there was been much talk on the panel of values, the importance of values as well as military preparedness and deterrence. Does it worry you that the West, or in many Western countries, there doesn't seem to be a common understanding of the values at stake in what is happening in Gaza? We've seen on, even in the United States, big demonstrations on campus. We see the problems the Biden administration has with one wing of its own party. We see many similar dynamics in Europe as well. Is Israel in danger of losing the values argument?
The answer has to be an emphatic no. Not because I can bring you the empirical data, but because the alternative is too unfathomable to think about, quite honestly. But what we have here, and I think on October 7th, Daniel, I can be much more nuanced on many other issues involving Israel, but on October 7th, I don't see the room for nuance. And what I find particularly odd is these university responses in the United States that bring together what is often called, I think in Britain as well, the Red-Green Alliance. So you have Islamists and the population, the Muslim population in the United States is growing rapidly as it is in Europe. And I'm distinguishing between the Muslim population and within it, the Islamists. But understand and go to the Pew Research Center findings on the level of anti-Semitism in Muslim countries. From 100% or 99% in Lebanon and Jordan, I think the lowest number, if I recall correctly, of the countries surveyed was 70% in Turkey. It's these countries that are sending or witnessing the migration to Europe and the United States, and whatever other filters Europe and the United States are considering, filtering out anti-Semitism has not yet been figured out. So, number one, we have Islamists growing in number and professionalism, and there must be some coordination. This is not all ad hoc. and they are merged with neo-Marxists, anarchists, Antifa types in the most bizarre marriage. Because these so-called progressives are, I believe, embracing among the most regressive political causes on the planet. Don't believe me? Visit Gaza. Try being gay. Try being a woman and dressing in something other than traditional garb. Try being a drag queen. Try being a free thinker. Try being a labor organizer. All of the pillars of the value system of the left are in contradiction to what they're supporting. How this happened, Daniel, is a much deeper study. I will say that the organization I'm associated with now, chaired by Natan Sharansky, the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy, is finding, among other things, a big money trail that starts in the Middle East, principally in Doha, in Qatar, and finds its way openly and masqueraded to a number of American universities. That's not the only explanation, but it's one. So there are lots of factors going on here, and I would say, as my final point, Daniel, and sometimes I feel I'm speaking to myself. The Jews are only the tip of the iceberg, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how many times it has to be said in history. When Hitler came after the Jews, in the end, up to 60 million Europeans were murdered, including more than 10% of the population of Greece. I don't want to call us the canary in the coal mine any longer, because the canary has to die from the methane gas for the miner to live, and I will be damned if I or my children or my grandchildren will play that role any further for the convenience of others. Wake up, world. Stand up and defend our democratic value system. They came after the Jews first in Libya. They came after the Jews first in Germany and Austria. They came after the Jews first in Iraq. But they're coming after the Saturday people, the Sunday people. And I suspect that's the majority of people in this room.
Again, the wake-up call. So just to take us to the pre-lunch comment from you, Ambassador, how do you think this leaves Greek-American relations, your core bailiwick?
I'm going to pivot slightly.
Go ahead.
During World War II, we often quote Martin Niemöller, a Lutheran pastor, who said, first they came for the trade unionists, and I did nothing. Then they came for the socialists, and I did nothing. Then they came for the Jews, and I did nothing. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak up for me. But I like Dr. Johann Prinz, who was the chief rabbi of Berlin at the time, who talked about the Holocaust, and there have been other Holocausts and other genocides around the world. So I want to talk about the concept generally, and this is the inflection point that we find ourselves. He spoke about the greatest crime of the Holocaust was not the killing and the murder, it was the silence. And he spoke very specifically about my country, but we should speak about all of our countries. We cannot be silent onlookers. We cannot be silent onlookers. We have challenges. They may be existential threats to certain peoples and certain countries, but they are certainly threats to our own peaceful existence and how we coexist in this world. So we're going to have a sense of unity, a sense of planning on how we're going to address these issues. The challenges are significant. I have, in my life, I have never seen a collection of arcs of instability that surround this country in many, many years. So NATO, more significant than ever. The transatlantic relationship, more significant than ever. And, you know, you asked about Greece. I don't want to overstate this, and I don't know that I can. If you look at what surrounds Greece, and you look at Russian undermining of fledgling democracies in the Balkans, If you look at the fact that certain countries have, let me kindly put, autonomous foreign relations policies, and there is a very significant sort of sanctions avoidance mechanism that is operating, that is helping Russia survive and continue their war machine. And if you look at the, my good friend spoke about the Sahel and Sudan, 10 million refugees. We're very concerned about the destabilization of Egypt. What the Houthis are doing to their income sources, it's $15 million every time a ship goes through the Suez Canal, and that has been cut by half. 9 million refugees there. This is some of the rhetoric creates great problems for some of the more moderate Arab countries to sort of keep this tragedy contained so it doesn't spread, and not everyone is helpful there. Greece is a pillar of stability surrounded by many, many arcs of instability. It really solidifies and anchors the southeast NATO corridor. So we've talked about a lot of challenges. I want to end with a very positive note. I think we have identified that the peace dividend that came out of the falling of the Berlin Wall is over. I think the wealthiest nations in Europe can no longer spend 1% of their GDP. I think they've learned that. The problem is, and this is what I see as one of the biggest challenges that we don't talk enough, the industrial capability, certainly of Europe. There was a great article talking about the deindustrialization of Europe, but we cannot build things quickly enough. We cannot get artillery and missile defense and airplanes done quickly enough. It's a 5-year wait for a lot of these things. So, we have a lot of challenges going forward. The solution is sort of an airplane that we're fixing and that we're creating as we're flying it. The ruse is over. The peace dividend is no longer an option. We're going to have to spend. We're going to have to create the infrastructure to be able to properly spend the money to not only bring these challenges to a conclusion, but to also make sure that there is an adequate deterrence that they don't happen again. And I will tell you, Greece is one of those countries in NATO that's playing an oversized role. They really punch upon their weight, and I'm going to quote my good friend Admiral Cavoli. I don't know how I would solve a lot of these problems if we didn't have Greece in the NATO alliance and we didn't have Greece acting in the way they did. I would wish that every such country would act the same way. And I want to make one final comment about the country I have been privileged to be posted to. The credibility of Greece, an outstanding relationship with the United States, took a principled stand, the second country to sanction Russia after the invasion, and that was very difficult for them. But also maintaining an outstanding relationship with Israel. The first nation to visit Israel after October 7th was Greece. And they also maintained great relationships with the Arab world as well. So they act responsibly, and they're an essential ally in the region.
Well, thank you. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I know we've gone over, we've tested your patience, but I hope you agree this was really important. Very, very fascinating and critical conversations. So I'd like to thank Admiral Stavridis remotely and everybody else here on the who's on the podium. Thank you very much for taking us up to lunch so admirably. Thank you.